Colleagues, let's start the meeting.
Said that they will not inherit the world we grew up in.
Yes, we may not
May that symbolism not
S'il vous plaît, veuillez vous asseoir.
May I
Present. Africa's vibrant and growing youth population holds the key to unlocking shared prosperity. Yet, this potential can only be realized if we create platforms for meaningful engagement. We must move beyond rhetoric and design policies that are co-created with young Africans and Europeans, ensuring their voices shape the agenda. I would now like to give the floor to my co-chair, but it's another co-chair, I think, Lieutenant General Matiwichal Nayambuya. Zipper.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of General Nyambuya. My name is Nonhlanhla Mlocha from Zimbabwe. Co-Chair, distinguished members of Parliament and esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me say a few words about a challenge that is also a great opportunity, how mobility and education can shape the future of Africa-EU partnership. Co-Chair, let us face the simple truth. Europe population is aging, with only 20% of its population being under the age of 20, while that of Africa is young and growing. Nearly 40% of Africans are under the age of 15. This means we must give our young people the tools to succeed. Education that is relevant, skills that are practical, and opportunities to move, learn, and work. Education and mobility go hand in hand. Education gives knowledge, mobility opens doors. Together, they create jobs, spark innovation, and build prosperity. But too often, mobility within Africa is blocked by weak infrastructure, underfunded schools, barriers that make it easier to hire talent from outside the continent than from the next door. That must change, and we must accelerate the Africa Union Free Movement Protocol and align it with continental free trade area. We need to unlock the movement of skills and opportunities across Africa. At the same time, Africa and Europe have made progress. Programs like Erasmus Plus and the Intra-Africa academic mobility schemes are helping young people study abroad, build confidence, and connect globally. Zimbabwe has seen the benefits. Our universities are part of the initiatives like Great Green Africa, advancing climate resilience and sustainable development. But challenges remain. Scholarships are limited, visas are costly, and too many graduates stay abroad instead of bringing their knowledge back home. So here lies our responsibility as parliamentarians. We must facilitate and make mobility easier, simplify visas, recognize qualifications, and align education systems. We must invest in schools that prepare students for real jobs, and we must manage mobility wisely. So it strengthens both Africa and Europe, not one at the expense of the other. Above all, we must put young people at the center of our decisions, because if we give them the chance to learn, to move, and to contribute, they will build a future that is fair, forward-looking, and full of promise for Africa and for Europe and for the world. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your energy in the name of General Nayimbuya. So I now turn to the speakers and then my fellow parliamentarians. How can we ensure that the youth in both our continents is sufficiently empowered through education, through mobility, to make our world a better world? First, let us hear from a colleague who can actually speak for the youth, Ms. Tembala Msibi. I hope she's here in the meantime. Will she come? Is she contacted? No? Okay. Then I'm very sorry, colleagues. It's not so clear who is attending, apparently. Then I think I can go. I see a gentleman sitting. I think it's the next guest. It's Mr. Yitna Getoa, EUM Sub-Regional Director for Southern Africa and Chief of the Mission for South Africa. So please, you have the floor. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more first on your function and then on the question we are debating here today. But a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yitna Getachew. I'm with the International Organization for Migration. I'm the Director for Southern Africa. I think many of you, if not all, would know about IOM. We are an organization that works for safe, orderly, and regular migration. We work on protecting people who are on the move. We advocate for regular pathways for safe and orderly mobility. And we would like to focus on finding durable solutions for displacement, including those that are caused by climate change. We have about 400 offices across 120 countries with 175 member states. Almost everyone in Africa and almost everyone in Europe is a member state of the organization. Having taken that much time to introduce ourselves, I think for those of you who follow the discourse on migration, you probably have noticed that last week we had the International Migration Review Forum, the IMRF, that happens every 2 years, which is an assessment of how well the world is doing on the global compact on migration. At the same time, we were fortunate enough to release the World Migration Report, the flagship publication of the IOM. And some of the figures may be interesting to you. Currently, it's estimated, or we know, that there are just above 300 million people who are international migrants in the world. And while this has significantly risen in real numbers, it's still the same proportion of people who are international migrants as they were in 1990. For 40 years, the proportion has remained the same. What it means is that if the world was 100 people, 4 of them are migrants. Only 4. And
how many?
if the world was 100 people, only 4 are migrants, international migrants. 2 of those are male, 2 of those are female. Now, for 100 migrants, 60, which means 6 out of 10, are migrant workers. And of those 100 migrants, again, 3 out of 10 are under the age of 30. Now, what does that tell us? And we'll come to other figures in a minute. But what does that tell us? Migration, work, labor, employment is a major driver of migration. And I wonder why, to date, we do not make the presence or absence of irregular migration an indicator of how well we're doing with our economies. What is happening now, ladies and gentlemen, is that young people invest, particularly in Africa, in their skills and education. However, where they are, either there are no jobs or there are no jobs that fit their skills and education. And therefore, they make sometimes uninformed, other times ill-informed decisions to look for places where there is demand for their skills and education. Those two are not matching. And therefore, young people are flocking either to the cities or across borders, sometimes taking very dangerous routes to places where their skills and education do not necessarily match what business, what industry is looking for. That is our biggest failure. And because of that failure, there is underemployment, there is informality, there is irregular migration, and we have a huge problem of unemployment. The question then is, what is it that we can do to address this? It's easier said than done, but we have to have mechanisms that match this supply to that demand and not allow young people to move to places where the demand doesn't necessarily match their skills and education. For those who need to be employed, and the numbers are rising in Africa, and by 2050 we'll have 70 million additional young people entering the job market. There is need for upskilling, there is need for reskilling, there are new areas in which skills and education are needed. It's digitalization, it's green economies. We have to have a mechanism which consciously links labor market needs with what the education and skill system is producing. And there are some good examples already. You will see that teachers who are moving from Zimbabwe to Rwanda, you have the bilateral labor agreements with their own problems from Eastern Horn of Africa to the Middle East. But there are also the skills mobility schemes that have been put in place between Africa and Europe, North Africa and Southern Europe particularly, from which quite a few lessons can be learned and can be applied at scale. Our biggest problem is not being able to offer this at scale. I'll stop there for now. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and good respecting the time. I was really frapped by the figures that you gave. 4 out of 100, 2 men, 2 women. Okay, we will try to win some time. The next one is a video. I hope the technical advisors are ready to show us. We have a very nice video message of Ms. Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency. I hope, yes, there it is. I hear already something.
Good morning. I would like to salute Dr. David Gordon Opunsa, co-president of the African EU Parliamentary Assembly, recognize distinguished members of the African and European parliaments, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I regret that I cannot be with you in Eswatini today, but I am honored to address this assembly remotely because what is happening in Ezulwini matters. Africa and Europe have been partners for decades. What this assembly represents is a deliberate choice to make that partnership more equal, more structured, and more directly accountable to the people it is supposed to serve. Excellencies, this is not a small thing, and I welcome this forum as the institutional space to act on it. Africa has the youngest population on Earth. By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. This is not a demographic burden to be managed. It is the most significant development asset any continent has ever held, but only if we act with honesty and urgency. That demographic advantage becomes a dividend only when young people are educated, when they are skilled, when they are mobile, and when they are economically included. Right now, too many are not. And when we speak of mobility, we must speak plainly. Mobility cannot be reduced to migration from Africa to Europe. Real mobility means young Africans moving freely across African regions, accessing opportunities created by the AfCFTA, contributing to regional integration, and building the skills ecosystems that Agenda 2063 demands. That's why African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, is hosting the African Continental Qualifications Framework, a system for mutual recognition of qualifications and skills across borders so that an engineer trained in Dakar can work in Nairobi, and a technician certified in Lusaka can contribute to a regional energy corridor. Intra-African mobility is where the greatest transformation will happen. At the same time, under the umbrella of Energize Africa, education system must undergo a fundamental shift from certification to capability. Through our Skills Initiative for Africa, which we call SIFA, we have deployed 100 million euro across 48 active Tibet projects in 8 countries, benefiting over 22,000 young people directly. Through the creating opportunities for youth and women in Africa, operating across 5 regional economic communities, we are equipping young Africans with digital skills, entrepreneurial capacity, and access to finance. Through the Africa Critical Skills Bank, we are building real-time labor market intelligence so that what young people are trained for actually matches what economies need. These are not pilots. These are scalable models, and they are working. Excellencies, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, exists to translate continental frameworks into delivery, linking Agenda 2063, the AFCFTA, and regional integration to institutional reality on the ground. We do not just produce strategies, we build the financial and institutional bridges that turn policy into impact. In that spirit, I call on this Assembly to advance 3 concrete shifts in the Africa-EU partnership. First, invest in and scale mutual recognition of qualifications. Make it the norm, not the exception. Second, treat vocational training, digital and entrepreneurial education as strategic co-investment, not development assistance. Third, build structured mobility pathways that are legal, dignified, development-oriented, and beneficial to both continents. Europe and Africa must not build a relationship of one-way traffic where African talent lives. We must build one where African talent circulates, grows, returns, invests, and transforms economies on both sides of the Mediterranean. The Energize Africa Fellowship shows this is possible. Young African professionals embedded in regional institutions, driving implementation from within, that is the model we should scale together. Distinguished parliamentarians, declarations are not enough. Use this assembly to shape recommendations that become instruments. Instruments for financing, for developing partnerships, and for measurable outcomes for young people. They are watching, and they deserve nothing less. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this very strong message. We now have another guest here on the podium with us. It's Dr. Ildefons Musafira. I hope I pronounced it well. It's quite a challenge. He's the special advisor to the Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency. Doctor, it's an honor to present you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, Honorable Member of Parliament from Africa and Europe, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address you on this historic first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly convened here in Ezulwini under the Samoa Agreement. I wish to bring the warm greeting from Echi Nados Bekele Thomas, whom you heard from the video, who extends the appreciation for this important invitation and for the opportunity to contribute to this timely debate of mobility, youth education, skills development, and opportunity. This assembly is not an ordinary gathering. It brings together African, and European parliamentarians at a moment when both continents are asking a fundamental question. How do we move from declarations to delivery? The agenda before you, peace and security, mobility and youth education, critical minerals, and the future of multilateralism speaks directly to the future of Africa-Europe relations and to the future of Africa's own integration agenda. LDN-EPAD, as stated by the Chief Executive Officer, whom I am representing here, is the African Union Development Agency. Our role is to help translate Agenda 2063 from aspirations into action, to support member state and regional economic communities with technical advisory services, to broker partnerships and mobilize resources to execute priority continental programs and to strengthen monitoring, learning, and accountability. We also focus on advancing the Africa continent-free area. We accelerate infrastructure, food system transformation, skills development, industrialization, climate resilience, and youth employment. Honorable members, the Chief Executive Officer made it clear in the video that you have seen that intra-Africa mobility is where the greatest transformation will happen. Now today, I wish to deliver one clear message on behalf of the African Union Development Agency. Africa has a clear mandate, a clear vision, and a clear implementation institution. But Africa cannot fully implement its development mandate while its borders remain closed to Africans. When Africa Development Agency, or the NEPAD, convenes African experts, entrepreneurs, youth innovators, policymakers, researchers, or parliamentarians in an African country, the first challenge should not be a visa. The first budget line should not be excessive visa cost. The first delay should not be paperwork, embassy appointments, invitation letters, unclear online systems, or last-minute travel authorization. Yet, this is too often our reality. They are not small inconveniences. They are transactions cost on Africa integration. They increase the cost of doing continental businesses, and they slow down implementation, and they discourage youth participation. If you go to the report, we realize that still Africans still need a visa before travel for about 51% of intra-African travel scenarios, while only 28% are visa-free and about 20% allow visa on arrival. This means that more than half of the time, an African wishing to travel to another African countries must still seek prior permission before departure. This is not the Africa we want. Honorable members, Europe has an important lesson to offer Africa. Not because Europe is perfect, but because Europe acted. Europe understood that integration could not be built on closed borders. It understood that a common market required the movement of people, goods, and services. It understood that trade corridors are meaningless if people cannot cross them. I understood that students cannot benefit from regional education opportunities if mobility is blocked. It understood that business cannot scale across borders if the workers, investors, and the partners are trapped into administrative frictions. So this is the lesson Africa must learn from Europe. Those in the driving seat must exercise their powers, who are parliamentarians. Honorable members, that's why African Union Development Agency is sensitizing that mobility must not be separate from youth education. It is the foundation of youth opportunities. Therefore, we believe that in one Africa, then let Africa move. Let students move. Let the trader move. Let the teachers move. Let entrepreneurs move, as well as farmers, as well as engineers, as well as parliamentarians led by examples. Let Southern EPAD implement its mandate without unnecessary barriers. Let Africa become a continent where borders are gateways to opportunity, not wars against ambitions. As you sit together in one room, Africa and European parliamentarians, as I close, ladies and gentlemen, let this be a beginning of a new political compact, a compact that places people at the center of integration, a compact that recognizes youth mobility as a foundation of skills and opportunity, a compact that understands that Africa's development agency cannot deliver fully when Africa itself remains administratively divided. The future of Africa will not be built behind closed borders. It will be built by Africans moving, learning, trading, producing, investing, and innovating together. Let us open the borders. Let us reduce the cost. Let us trust our people. Let us allow Africa and Europe to work together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It's a little bit of improvisation because the two members who were supposed to speak online, we cannot reach them for the moment. But I got the good news that Ms. Tembele Mtsibi, member of the regional board of the Southern Africa Youth Forum, she's here to bring the conclusions of the lively debate from yesterday. Where is she? They told me that she came in the meantime.
I'm here.
Where are you?
Here.
Please come to the front, show you. Come here, come and explain and the conclusions. Come to the front, you're sitting much too much behind. It's important that you speak out from the good youth forum of yesterday. Give her an applause. Otherwise. We have the co-chairs of the youth forum here in the front. Michael, you have to look if it's correct what she says. Huh? And where's the African counterpart who did yesterday the debate on the youth forum? Oh, the two of you sitting in the front. Okay. You have the floor.
Great. Yeah, I'm audible now. Thank you. Labatzala, honorable co-presidents, distinguished members of the Assembly, and representatives of the OACPS and European Union. As we gather here in Eswatini for this historic inaugural plenary, we're doing more than just discussing policy, but we're designing the architecture. But we're designing the architecture of a shared future. With over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, our continent is not just a participant in the global economy, but we are its future engine. And I sit before you to recap the vibrant discussions of yesterday's youth forum. The youth have spoken, and their message is clear. They do not want to be passive recipients of policy, but they want to be the co-architects of this partnership. We cannot speak about mobility without acknowledging the sobering realities. The conflict, climate, migration nexus, it is real. Climate displacement from the Sahel to Southern Africa and protracted conflicts are driving millions into vulnerability. Too often, the lack of legal, regular pathways pushes our brightest minds into high-risk routes where they face exploitation and tragedy. We must advocate for orderly, safe, and regular mobility. as outlined in the Migration Policy Framework for Africa. So as young people, we seek a partnership that respects the dignity of the migrant and values the potential of the youth. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the most significant economic project of our generation. By creating a single market of 1.4 billion people, it provides the scale needed for industrialization. However, a free trade area is meaningless if the people cannot move. As we implement the AU Protocol on free movement of persons, we must align it with our trade goals. If goods can cross borders seamlessly, the talent that produces, that manages and innovates those goods must be able to follow. So we are advocating for the right of establishment that allows an African youth to start a business in any corner of this continent and eventually to partner seamlessly across the Mediterranean. Our relationship with the European Union has entered a new phase with the Samoa Agreement, specifically Titles 3 and 4, which provide the legal mandate for human development and mobility. But the teeth of this agreement lie in the Global Gateway Africa-Europe investment package. With 150 billion euros in planned investments, we must ensure that these funds are not just for roads and ports, but for human infrastructure. We must link the Youth Mobility for Africa flagship to the EU AFCFTA Memorandum of Understanding. This is about more than just trade. It's about Team Europe supporting African integration through skills corridors where the EU's labor shortages are met by a mobile, highly trained African workforce. So yesterday, we heard a powerful call for grassroots representation. A central concern raised was that these high-level frameworks often remain trapped in capital cities. The youth from rural areas, local agricultural hubs, and marginalized communities feel invisible. Our mobility programs, therefore, must reach the last mile. We need decentralized access so that a gifted student in the remote village has the same opportunity to enter this talent corridor as one in a major metropolis. Furthermore, there was a massive wave of appreciation for Erasmus+. It is recognized as a transformative tool for brain circulation. However, the youth were unanimous. We must scale it up. We need expanded quotas, and critically, we need to address the visa hurdles that still turn this breach of opportunity into a wall of bureaucracy for many of our students. The gap must be breached by accelerating the African Continental Qualifications Framework. We must champion micro-credentials in AI, in green energy, and sustainable agriculture. We want an era where a young African researcher can move to Europe or to a European university through Erasmus+, gain world-class expertise, and return to an African innovation hub funded by the AU-EU Innovation Agenda to launch their own startup. As legislators in the room, you have the power to turn these frameworks into reality. So the young people urge you to decentralize opportunity, to ensure that the Global Gateway funds reach grassroots youth and rural innovators. We urge you to scale the success, to expand Erasmus+ and the Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme to match our demographic scale. Thirdly, we urge legislators to harmonize the law, to push for the mutual recognition of diplomas and streamline visas to ensure dignity in mobility. And lastly, to bridge the AFCFTA, to ensure economic partnership agreements focus on value addition and the youth who lead these industries. The youth of Africa are not looking for a way out, but we're looking for a way up. We are the drivers of the AFCFTA and the guardians of the green transition. Yesterday's forum proved that we are ready to lead. Now we ask you to provide the political will for us to move. Let us build the bridges that allow talent to flow, ideas to circulate, and both our continents to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What an inspiring words from a meeting yesterday. So give a big applause to her and to the two co-chairs of the meeting of yesterday. Colleagues, we're running out of time, so I will not longer talk. I have here a list of speakers. I hope you're all ready. You will have the speaking time announced. And I start with a European colleague of mine, Sergio Umberto. Sergio, you have the floor. You have the honor to open this exchange of views.
Thanks, my dear President. I will speak in Portuguese, the language more talked in this hemisphere. Mobilidade e educação são temas pacíficos que eu acho que nós chegamos ao entendimento fácil daquilo que a União Europeia precisa, daquilo que a África necessita e daquilo que podemos estabelecer uma verdadeira parceria. Mobilidade, falamos terrestre, aérea, marítima, até académica, sustentável, e juntando a educação, teremos melhores empregos, mais oportunidades, mais qualidade de vida, mais Estado social. Mas, meus caros amigos e minhas caras amigas, nós somos políticos. E nas de múltiplas facetas que devemos ter enquanto políticos, de formação, de conhecimento, há três características que eu queria ressalvar. Em todos nós: coragem, humildade e saber escutar as pessoas, o nosso povo, para fazer acontecer. E por isso, esta parceria única e a primeira reunião que estamos entre a União Europeia e a África, precisamos dessa parceria baseada no respeito mútuo, na qualificação, na criação de oportunidades e no desenvolvimento sustentável. A União Europeia pode e deve continuar a reforçar programas de mobilidade académica, formação profissional, intercâmbio de competências, incluindo através do Erasmus+, como aqui foi falado, e de parcerias universitárias e técnicos mais ambiciosos, com técnicas mais ambiciosas com os países africanos. A Europa pode e deve ser um parceiro credível neste processo. Porque investir na juventude africana é também investir na estabilidade, na prosperidade e no futuro da parceria entre a África e a União Europeia. Termino dizendo... Termino dizendo isto. Queremos uma parceria exemplar e de futuro. Viva a África, viva a União Europeia. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. But I have to ask the technical services to put the clock on 0 and the time that the speaker has received, because otherwise I think we will have our lunch at midnight. And I'm getting hungry already, but I'm always hungry, so that's no news. Okay, can we put the clock and the timing for the next speaker before I give the floor, please, to the technical services? Is somebody managing that? Where are my technical advisors? There we go. Malawi, Honorable Frank Tumpali and Refumbo for 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam
Where
President.
are you?
Here I am.
Hi Malawi.
Hi. Madam Chairperson, allow me to thank you for giving Malawi the floor on this important subject. Mobility mobility and youth education are not just policy priorities, but they are essential investments in the future of our societies and the strength of Africa-EU partnership. With Africa's rapidly growing youth population, the need to invest in human capital has never been more urgent. On mobility, Malawi emphasizes the importance of promoting safe, orderly, and regular pathways. Mobility should not simply be seen as movement, but as a driver of skills development, knowledge exchange, and economic empowerment. However, mobility frameworks must be mutually beneficial. While opportunities are broad are valuable, we must address the challenge of brain drain, particularly in key sectors such as health, education. In this regard, Malawi supports skills partnerships and secular migration, which enable young people to gain experience while contributing to national development. On youth education, access to quality, relevance, and inclusive education remains a significant challenge. Many young people continue to face barriers, including limited infrastructure, financial constraints, and disparities between urban and rural areas. This is also a pressing need to address the mismatch between education systems and labor market demands for our youth. In this regard, we must therefore prioritize the following: technical and vocational training, education and training, digital and future-oriented skills, creating a conducive environment for youth to participate in business and employment opportunities. With these remarks, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, and thank you for respecting. We give an applause. Thank you very much. Then I go to the next speaker from the European Parliament, Marit May, for 1 minute 15. Marit, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This morning we were in an institute, a college for vocational training, and we chatted with some of the students there. And when we asked the students if they think they have a future here with their work, even though they were studying mechanical engineering, all of them said no. And all of them raised their hands when we asked, what do you want to do in the future? They said, we want to move outside of Eswatini because we think there is no future for us here. And I think this is a little bit what we see with young people, that they don't have a feeling that there's a future in the place where they are, that they are being educated, and the education that they have does not bring them a formal job. Because also when we ask the students, is there work here? Because there is 48% of youth unemployment. They say yes, but it's all informal. So I think here we have a challenge that we have to address ourselves together, but also in our economic relations with countries like Eswatini. I would also like to address a thing that we discussed yesterday in the Youth Forum, and that's the Erasmus Plus program, a program that everyone is very enthusiastic about. I think there's two elements that we want to see if we can improve with the Erasmus Plus program. One is more exchange between the North and the South, more exchange between European students coming here and African students going to Europe, but also making sure that there is more disadvantaged students that can participate, because we must make sure that this is not a program for the elites. We must make sure that this is a program for everyone. Thank you.
Very clear message, and right from the field of Eswatini. Thank you very much. Then I go for 2 minutes. We put on the clock. Union des Comores, Honorable Amadé Salimo.
Merci Madame la Présidente de me donner la parole. Lorsque je préparais mon intervention, j'avais sous mes yeux un ouvrage publié très récemment et très provocateur, au titre suivant « Ne faites plus d'études, apprendre autrement ». Apprendre autrement à l'ère de l'IA. C'est-à-dire que nous sommes confrontés à une très grande contradiction, une contradiction majeure qui traverse aujourd'hui de nombreux systèmes éducatifs. Alors que l'économie mondiale connaît une transformation accélérée sous l'effet de l'intelligence artificielle, de l'autonomisation, de la transition numérique, une grande partie des formations continues encore à orienter les jeunes vers des métiers en déclin ou facilement automatisables. Les projections récentes du Forum économique mondial indiquent qu'à l'horizon 2030, 92 millions d'emplois pourraient disparaître, tandis que 170 millions de nouveaux emplois émergeraient principalement dans les secteurs technologiques, numériques, écologiques et innovants. Le principal enjeu ne réside pas uniquement dans la disparition de certains métiers, mais surtout dans l'écart croissant entre les compétences actuellement enseignées et celles qui seront exigées demain. Cette transformation, Madame la Présidente, impose, de mon point de vue, plusieurs priorités. Je le dis avec d'autant plus de pertinence que je me suis occupé de l'Université des Comores en tant que secrétaire général pendant 6 ans. Et ces problèmes-là ont été posés. Donc ces priorités sont lesquelles? D'abord, développer des compétences numériques et technologiques dès la primaire. Ensuite, renforcer l'esprit critique, la créativité et l'adaptabilité. Promouvoir ensuite l'entrepreneuriat ainsi que l'apprentissage continu. Et enfin, réformer les curricula pour anticiper les métiers émergents et éviter une orientation massive vers des fonctions répétitives et automatisables. L'éducation ne peut plus se limiter à la transition de connaissances statiques.
De conclure, mon
Je
cher
conclus,
collègue.
madame. Je conclus. Elle doit désormais former des citoyens capables d'apprendre en permanence, d'innover, de s'adapter aux mutations rapides du monde. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, parce que... Merci beaucoup. Then I go to the European side, Jan Farski for 1 minute 45. Jan, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such a long time. Dear colleagues, let me highlight that Africa's greatest resource is not buried in the underground. It's sitting in its classrooms. But without the right skills, this demographic dividend risks becoming a missed opportunity. I'm convinced that our partnership must move beyond traditional aid toward a brain circulation model. It's necessary to see mobility that isn't a one-way street. We must invest in vocational training and digital literacy that directly matches the needs of local markets. Our goal is simple: to ensure that a young person in Eswatini or Senegal or anywhere else has the same tools to innovate as someone in Prague or Brussels. But expanding programs like Erasmus Plus and focusing on technical excellence, we don't just educate. We empower a generation to build their own future here at home. Let's turn mobility into a bridge for innovation, not just a path for migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Then I go to the Seychelles pour 2 minutes, for 2 minutes. Honorable Churchill Gilles.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chair, Co-President. Mobility and youth education, two deeply interconnected pillars that will determine the quality, equality, and sustainability of Africa-EU relations in the decades ahead. Youth mobility and education are not abstract policies areas. They shape employment, innovation, social cohesion, and migration patterns. When managed cooperatively, they enhance human capital development, promote intercultural understanding, support economic competitiveness, reduce irregular migration by expanding legal and circular pathways. When mismanaged, however, or neglected, they contribute to brain drain, inequality, frustration, and instability. Despite progress, access to quality education remains uneven across and within African countries. Rural youth, young women, and displaced population face particular barriers. Similarly, participation in Africa-EU exchange programs is still limited to a relatively small, often privileged segment of population. Visa regimes, recognition of qualifications, language barriers, and high costs continue to restrict mobility even for highly motivated and qualified young people. Many education systems, both in Africa and Europe, are not sufficiently aligned with current and future labor market needs. As a result, graduates struggle to find employment, employers struggle to find skills, informal and precarious work expand. This mismatch undermines confidence in education system and fuels outward migration driven by necessity rather than opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I go to the European Parliament, Ezulwini.
Thanks a lot, Madam Chair and distinguished colleagues. In the next minutes, I am going to provocate you and myself, both of us, a little bit. Every African and European policymaker must first do their own homework really at home, and especially in this matter. For 10 years, I have been the member of the Committee of Development Committee, European Parliament. I am now in my second term, the Standing Rapporteur for Education. That means that I am very deeply involved in the issue. And the recent years, thanks God, thanks to your work, as well as the many colleagues here in this room, education has finally become an important political topic. It has become fashionable to talk about, but we must also see this is really sexy. There is still a lot of talk, but often less efficient action. And I am sure that we have to go in this direction. Of course, there are a lot of positive developments, but we must also face with the realities. Dear colleagues, according to available from the data, an estimated 98 million children in the sub-Saharan Africa were out of the school in 2022. This represents more than 40% of the global total out-of-school children. And the access only on the part of the challenge. School infrastructure remains the serious issue. Only around 1/3 of the primary schools in sub-Saharan Africa has access to electricity. But perhaps the most important question is the quality. It was rightly mentioned, the honorable colleague from Comoro. The knowledge can only become competitive and valuable if it's connected to realities of the 21st century. This is essential when the young people succeed in the modern economy. And I think it's really that we want to take much for your time.
I will let you speak 1 minute more because the clock was not right. You got 2 minutes. And
it's a very kind. This is your generosity all the time is remarkable. Thank you. Go ahead. I do not want to take much for your time, really. And let me underline the final point. The education that can manage globally. It would be a serious mistake for us, for the European Union, to treat Africa in one single boat. Every nation has their own social realities and really country-specific priorities. We have to know it. We have to learn it. And to maintain even the current educational infrastructure in Africa, we need 2 million additional teachers need to be trained. Without teachers, there is no quality education. Without quality education, there is no competitive economy, no stable society, and no real future for the young people. Unless we complete our homework ourselves, and we will not be able to improve efficiency. And this is, I think, it's a main message, but I had to share with you. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Burundi. Honorable Nyangya, oh, that's name I can never pronounce. Honorable Generose. That's an easy one.
Merci Madame la Présidente de la parole accordée. J'aimerais réagir au nom du chef de la délégation. Je suis ici. Je vais réagir au nom du chef de la délégation qui est dignement empêché pour le moment. Je me joins aux précédents intervenants pour contribuer à ce débat sur les défis et les possibilités liées à la mobilité et à l'éducation des jeunes. En ce qui concerne les défis, d'une part, les migrations qui empruntent des voies illégales posent des problèmes de gestion, aussi bien aux pays de transit que d'arrivée, et causent souvent des drames sans précédent dans l'histoire de l'humanité. D'autre part, les pays d'origine subissent des conséquences de cette migration incontrôlée, car nos pays doivent combler en permanence le vide laissé par la fuite des cerveaux et des travailleurs qualifiés. Le Burundi, à l'instar d'autres pays, vit actuellement cette situation. Dans ce cadre, il faut qu'il y ait une réglementation convenue entre l'Europe et les pays ACP en vue d'assurer une circulation libre et contrôlée. Il faut aussi prendre conscience que la migration illégale se nourrit des restrictions trop strictes d'obtention de visa, d'où la nécessité de se pencher ensemble sur cette question de migration et trouver les meilleures solutions garantissant les aspirations des peuples européens et africains. En matière d'éducation, la coopération entre l'Europe et l'Afrique doit tenir compte du besoin de la jeunesse africaine, avoir même le niveau de scolarisation que la jeunesse européenne. Pour ce faire, il faut une stratégie de construction d'infrastructures adéquates, accompagnée d'une facilité de mobilité à double sens, tant pour les jeunes que pour les éducateurs et les chercheurs. Il faudrait également promouvoir une éducation inclusive et équitable adaptée à l'évolution technologique dominée par l'intelligence artificielle. Les parlementaires sont donc appelés à encourager le renforcement de la coopération académique entre les universités africaines et européennes et pourquoi pas entre les écoles primaires et secondaires. En fait d'éviter cette situation inconfortable, il faut donner l'opportunité aux jeunes non seulement d'avoir une scolarisation efficace, mais aussi une mobilité responsable et contrôlée. Il ne faut pas poursuivre la seule migration du Sud au Nord, comme si les jeunes Africains étaient seuls à avoir la motivation à découvrir les sociétés du Nord. Il faudrait aussi que l'Europe encourage les jeunes à découvrir les sociétés africaines en fait de promouvoir une compréhension mutuelle. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. À la fin, tu as parlé trop vite pour garder le temps. Mais bon. Then I go to Nicolas B. I'm sorry. Nicolas, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame la Coprésidente, chers collègues africains et européens. Incontestablement, l'accès à l'éducation constitue un préalable au développement économique et à la prospérité, et c'est un enjeu majeur pour beaucoup de pays africains. C'est d'ailleurs pas le seul. Le développement des infrastructures routières, ferroviaires, aéroportuaires, de télécommunications et numériques sont aussi le préalable au développement économique, et ce même développement économique est souvent l'une des étapes qui permet ensuite la stabilité et la paix. Donc c'est évidemment un défi très important. Nous sommes évidemment très favorables à une mobilité, mais une mobilité maîtrisée, organisée, tournée vers des objectifs précis. Et en particulier la mobilité étudiante du sud vers le nord, du continent africain vers le continent européen, elle doit être à la fois promue, mais en même temps très encadrée. Parce qu'on sait que bien souvent, c'est aussi une filière de fraude à l'immigration, avec de faux étudiants en très grand nombre qui utilisent ce moyen pour arriver et se maintenir clandestinement sur le sol européen. Donc il y a une nécessité, c'est de développer les mobilités et l'éducation. Ça contribue à renforcer nos partenariats, ça permet aux pays européens de rayonner auprès des pays africains, mais pour que ce soit mutuellement bénéfique, il faut ensuite que les pays africains bénéficient de ces compétences acquises, de ces jeunes diplômés qui ont acquis des savoirs, qu'ils viennent les mettre au bénéfice de leur pays d'origine et qu'ils ne restent pas durablement en Europe. La mobilité des étudiants, ça doit donc avoir un caractère temporaire. Et dans un contexte où l'Afrique représente 1 milliard d'individus aujourd'hui, 2,5 milliards à échéance de 2050, eh bien, il y a une pression migratoire du sud vers le nord qui nécessite d'autant plus de fermeté. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, je vais vraiment demander à tout le monde de respecter un peu plus le temps de parole. Then I go to Mauritius, Honorable Juman. Where is Mauritius? Voilà, vous avez la parole, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to accelerate. The Samoa Agreement between OACPS and the EU provides an important framework to empower young people through education, mobility, employment, and entrepreneurship. Today's debate is about more than education and mobility. It is about the future we choose to build together. Our youth, which are our most valuable assets, are not asking only to be heard. They're asking us to act. They're asking us to ease their journey. Chair, the EU supported initiatives such as the Erasmus Plus program continue to provide valuable opportunities for student exchanges, training, research collaboration, and capacity building between Europe and OCPS. Countries at the same time strengthening TVET systems can help equip youth with practical and digital skills required in sectors such as technology, renewable energy, and blue economy. Mobility also remains a key pillar of the Samoa Agreement, allowing young people to access education, internship, and employment opportunities abroad. However, important challenges persist, including difficulties in the recognition of qualification, costly visa procedures, limited fundings, opportunities, and unequal access to mobility schemes for youth from developing and small island states. Challenges are many. The future, it is also, Chair, with great concern, it is also important for ACP, OACPS and EU to incorporate drug prevention, education, and community-led rehabilitation to empower youth against substance abuse. So I try to conclude. Thank you, Chair. I know I exceed my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start using this a little bit, so then it means that your time is over, eh? Just that you know. Eh? Then I go to my first vice president. It was the man who yesterday led the debate on youth, Michael Wiesig. Michael, for 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, this debate is not about adding another chapter to the Africa-EU agenda. It is about whether our partnership can respond to one of the defining political questions of the coming decades. How we give young people the skills, confidence, and opportunities to build their future. For many young people, and for all of them actually, education, mobility, and employment are not separate policy lines.
Observe that Rwanda has established itself as a top performer in visa openness, having implemented a comprehensive visa-free for all African citizens, citizens of the Commonwealth, the Francophonie, reinforcing its role as a regional hub for education, tourism, and business. I think this is a great example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a clear message. Then we go to the European counterpart for 1 minute, 15 seconds. Hannes Heide.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. It was really a great moment yesterday afternoon at the Youth Forum to hear from young people and to have education on the agenda. And Erasmus Plus was highlighted, it was acknowledged, and I think there is no other scheme that can achieve what Erasmus Plus is able to achieve. And there was criticism on Erasmus Plus that it may not be too inclusive, and we heard, and I want to tell it again to this assembly, how inclusive Erasmus Plus is. It is academic, but not only academic. The European Solidarity Corps will be integrated that offers voluntarily work. It will be open to youth. It is open to youth exchange and participation activities. It will be open for athletes in sports, and this is the civil society, and this gives us the opportunity to come closer together. And of course we still have living costs, and we have the visa problematic. What I also want to mention, Erasmus Plus must not be one way. It must also be used by European researchers, by European teachers, by European young people to exchange with Africa. And one proposal I have for discussion debates like this, also we should integrate the European Youth Forum, because it is very helpful and valuable to have a dialogue with them. So education and culture are building bridges, and they are able to bring Africa and Europe together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then I come to Kenya. Where is Kenya? The Honorable Kihara for 2 minutes. The beautiful country Kenya. I see a big smile there. I don't know if Kenya is over there.
Yes.
Ah, there you are.
Hello.
There you are.
I am here, co-president, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Mobility is a critical strategy for enhancing education outcomes, for labor market readiness. For countries with youthful populations like Kenya, mobility programs offer essential pathways to skills, development, mobility, employability, and global engagement. Kenya produces over 1 million young labor market entrants annually, yet there remains a significant mismatch between educational output and labor market demands. This challenge has implications for economic productivity, social stability, and long-term development. At the same time, Kenya continues to experience the migration of highly skilled professionals whose training has been financed through public resources. Despite these challenges, Kenya has made considerable progress in strengthening youth education and mobility. These include expansion of technical and vocational education and training institutions across counties, implementation and competency-based curriculum and digital programs such as Ajira Digital that have enabled online learning and remote work opportunities. Kenya also invests in government bursaries, higher education loans, national constituency-based development fund, scholarships, and participation in regional and international exchange programs through the East African Community and African Union and global partnerships. In moving forward, Kenya proposes several policy recommendations, including expanding equitable financing for learners, simplifying administrative procedures through digital mobility platforms, aligning mobility programs with national priorities such as industrialization and digital transformation, strengthening institutional partnership between African and European institutions, and establishing a national mobility data system to track outcomes and improve policy planning. All said and done, we have a serious challenge of substance abuse, and this assembly needs to address it. I don't know how we are going to do it, but I think this is something we should take into consideration. We must make learning attractive because it demotivates the young learners who are coming up when they see that there is no employment after education. Investing in youth mobility and education is critical for building skills, promoting innovations, and preparing young people to participate effectively in the global economy. I thank you.
Thank you. It was too long. Colleagues, I'm really getting hungry, and we still have a lot of speakers. Can I please ask you to respect a little bit more the timing? Bogdan Zodrewski from the European Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will speak Polish, but very short. Pierwsza rzecz najważniejsza to ustalić priorytety. Wiemy, że tymi priorytetami najpierw jest zdrowie, potem bezpieczeństwo, ale zaraz potem edukacja i kultura. Od razu powiem, że nie będę powtarzać tych rzeczy, które się pojawiły już do tej pory. Wiemy, jak jest. Brakuje, krótko mówiąc, szkół, infrastruktury, brakuje, krótko mówiąc, pokonania barier, dobrych rozwiązań prawnych. Bardzo się cieszę z wielu komplementów pod adresem programu Erasmus+. Jestem jego stałym sprawozdawcą w parlamencie i od razu powiem, podwajamy budżet na ten program. Z 27 do 48 miliardów euro. Dlaczego? Bo uważamy, że edukacja jest absolutnie najważniejsza. Druga rzecz kluczowa. Likwidujemy ograniczenia administracyjne, rozmaite blokady, po to, aby program był bardziej dostępny. Ale to, co jest najważniejsze, to główne przesłanie, które pojawia się tu wiele razy. Musimy walczyć o mobilność, musimy walczyć o kompetencje, musimy szanować różnorodność, musimy doceniać różnorodne warunki, jakie panują w poszczególnych państwach. My z programem Erasmus+, jako Europejczycy, jesteśmy gotowi pomagać, gotowi służyć. Dziś z panią przewodniczącą byliśmy na zaproszenie Alliance Française do miejsca, gdzie pokazano, co może uczynić edukacja. jak można korzystać z rozmaitych własnych projektów i własnych pomysłów. Wykorzystać kreatywność młodych ludzi, zbudować projekty, które będą budować także wielką, ważną tożsamość tego akurat afrykańskiego narodu. Bardzo dziękuję i jeszcze raz powtarzam. Zdrowie, bezpieczeństwo, ale zaraz potem edukacja i kultura.
Thank you very much. My course, I cannot be so severe, he said, so I will be less severe. Then I go to Gambia. Where is Gambia? Gambia. Honorable Cisse for 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so
there
much.
you are. Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Co-President. Youth education and mobility remains among the most pressing challenges of our time. Across Africa, youth unemployment is alarming, high, reaching nearly 60% in some countries. While some opportunities for education and mobility remain limited, even in Europe, youth unemployment averaged 16.2%, showing that this is a global crisis with shared consequences. Our young people faces overcrowded classrooms, outdated curricula, limited scholarships, and restricted access to international opportunities. The digital divide continues to exist, excluding rural and marginalized youths, while women and girls face systemic barriers that silence their voices. These challenges, if left unaddressed, risk undermining national stability and development. Parliaments are fundamental pillars in addressing these issues. We must allocate reasonable budget that prioritize education and skills innovation, lead youth-friendly policies and legislation that guarantee affordable policies and legislation that guarantee affordable education and fair unemployment. Exercise strategic oversight to ensure ministries deliver on youth-focused programs and create platforms for youth representation and participation. Despite limited resources, the Gambia continues to support youth through expanded access to basic education, vocational training, and scholarship. We remain committed to ensuring that our budgetary allocations reflect the urgency of youth need, the legislation protects their rights, and the oversight guarantees delivery. For us, youth education and mobility are not privileges, they are rights and they must safeguard. Africa and Europe must work together to lessen the burden on youth through programs such as Erasmus+, which is widely valued by the young people as life-changing program that provides opportunities for education, cultural exchange, and mobility. But they also highlight persistent challenges such as limited accessibility, complex application process, and insufficient funding for inclusion. The Inter-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme Youth Summit and a stepping stone. We can expand opportunities for education, skills development, and mobility. We strengthen partnership in green jobs, digital innovation, and entrepreneurship that help bridge the gap and empower our youth to thrive in global economy. Thank you so very much, Madam.
Thank you very much. Then I go to Lucas Mendel from the European Parliament. Lucas, you have the floor for 1 minute 45.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ronald Reagan, once President of the United States, has stated that the best social program would be a job. And I can only agree with that, while also the best development cooperation is economic cooperation, and I have to say the best precondition for a job is good education. This begins in the families, where not only boys but also girls should be supported at least as much as boys. And this continues in elementary schools and then especially in professional training, vocational training. And this is true for Europe. And we have different examples in Europe how professional vocational training can work. And this is especially a future opportunity for the youth in Africa, where 60% of people are under 30 years. And we have a lot of opportunities in mutual exchange. But we have to avoid brain drain for Africa. We have to avoid that people go to other parts of the world, while still in Europe we have demographic crisis and would be open for people who will come and also ready to contribute to European civilization values. Our integration matters are extremely important for us, and also opportunities for people who come and work in Europe at the same time. More important is that Africa can develop and Africa will have opportunities for the youth. Yesterday I had the opportunity to speak to school students here in Ezulwini, and I asked one of the boys of the school class what his favorite subject would be, and he said agriculture. So I highly appreciate that such a young boy can clearly and passionately say what he's keen to do, what he likes in school, and the same will be true for other fields of work, for professional training. This is what I wish for the youth, and this is what the European Union will contribute to support when it comes to the youth in Africa.
Very important message, Lucas. You get applause. Very good message. Then I go to the beautiful Tanzania, Honorable Silo.
Thank you,
Where are you?
Co-President. I'm here.
Show
I'm
you,
here.
then people know where you are.
We appreciate the long-standing partnership between the Africa and the European Union, especially in the area of education and skill development. As the global economy continues to change rapidly, there is a need to continuously review and modernize the programs offered so that they remain aligned with the realities, priorities of our countries and aspirations of today's youth. Concern is on the content and focus of education programs. Many scholarships and the mobility programs were designed at a time when global economic and labor market demands were very different from what we see today. At that time, much of the focus was placed on social sciences, administration, and management. These disciplines remain important and continue to play a valuable role in national building. However, the structure of the global economy has evolved significantly. Today, competitiveness and economic transformation are increasingly driven by science, technology, and innovation. We therefore need to place greater emphasis on fields that are shaping the future economy, including engineering, artificial intelligence, digital economy, digital technology, renewable energy, biotechnology, advanced manufacturing, and other science and technology-related disciplines. My delegation therefore calls for a strategic review of scholarship and mobility programs so that they better respond to current global realities, the changing needs of our economies, and the aspirations of today's youth. My second message concerns mobility and the long-term impact of these educational investments. We have observed that many young Africans, particularly those trained in highly specialized fields, often remain abroad after completing their studies, while mobility programs are intended to build skills and human capital for our continue. In some cases, the benefits are not fully transferred back home. So my delegation calls for stronger Africa-EU cooperation in building supportive ecosystem that can attract, utilize, and remain talent within Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I go to the European side. Juan Lopez Aguilar for 1 minute 15. You have the floor. Where are you?
I'm here.
There you are.
Thank you so much for the generous floor, Madam Co-Chair. I would like to react from the European perspective to the strong pleas that we heard just today, for instance, from the IOM representative and, of course, for sure, from the young lady representing the African youth, making a strong plea for legal pathways when it comes to mobility of young people to the European Union. First, be assured that yes, we from the European Parliament side, we know that migration happens to be a divisive issue. Geographically, ideologically, politically, and even electorally divisive. But still, many of us in the European Parliament do resist the prevailing view that somehow pictures migration as a crisis or even as a threat. It is not. It's always been a fact. And it can be handled much better than it's been handled so far as long as we provide and open up legal pathways which are conditioned to crack down on the business model of illicit trafficking of human beings, and of course to reduce the death toll of irregular migratory routes. So legal pathways are much needed, absolutely essential in order to change that view. And the final point I would like to share with you is that there is something that we can do as soon as we can, and which we must do, and is to reduce the fee of the visa issued to enter the territory of the European Union, which by no means can be a source of revenue for the European Union, and by no means cannot be a transfer of revenue from the south to the north. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's what I like most, that people react and that we have a real exchange of view. That is what this parliament needs. So thank you very much. Then I go to the beautiful country of Zimbabwe, Honorable Nyango Buya.
Partnership across our continent. This program comes at a critical time for Africa, where a continent with a rapidly growing youthful population, nearly every African country speaks about industrialization, innovation, digital economies, and modernization. However, none of these ambitions can succeed without investing in human capital. Education remains one of the strongest tools for transforming Africa. The Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme recognizes that African students, researchers, and academic institutions can collaborate more closely. It promotes scholarships, mobility, opportunities, institutional cooperation, and skills development linked to climate change, entrepreneurship, and employability. These are compatible objectives. However, we must approach this matter with balance and honesty. Mobility must not become another channel through which Africa loses its brilliant minds permanently. Africa already suffers from significant brain drain in medicine, engineering, academia, and technology. If mobility programs are not linked to industrial growth and economic opportunities within Africa, we risk training talent for export while our institutions remains weak. In conclusion, as Zimbabwe and as Southern Africa, we support initiatives that promote African cooperation, skills transfer, innovation, youth empowerment. However, mobility must translate into tangible development outcomes for ordinary African citizens. Our goal must simply be movement across borders. Our goal must be building skilled.
Be built by your brilliance. The solutions to African problems must be African. Protect your minds. Guard your specialists. Because a continent that exports its best brains will always be at the mercy of those who buy them. Thank you.
We get involved, people are getting awake. Then I go to Benin, Honorable Emily, for 2 minutes. Benin, where are you? Benin. Benin. I don't see. Ah, there you are.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, un instant.
Vous avez la parole.
Merci. Alors, l'Afrique est le réservoir de ressources et de matières premières. Elle est en pleine construction de son développement. Et pourtant, il y a un fort taux de chômage. Quel contraste, n'est-ce pas? Il n'y a pas de dignité sans travail. Et donc, la migration n'est pas toujours voulue. Alors, Guy Serbeau disait ceci, on ne développe pas, on se développe. Guy Serbeau, justement, c'est un grand intellectuel panafricaniste et théoricien du développement endogène en Afrique. Par cette formule, il voulait dire que le véritable développement ne peut être imposé de l'extérieur. Un peuple doit puiser dans ses propres ressources humaines, culturelles, historiques et économiques pour construire son avenir. Et c'est pour ça que je pense à un Erasmus à l'africaine qui pourrait devenir un puissant instrument d'intégration continentale, de mobilité des talents et de construction d'une identité panafricaine concrète dans l'esprit de l'Union africaine et de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Former en Afrique, circuler en Afrique, construire en Afrique et créer une élite panafricaine connectée. Alors, les uns et les autres ont parlé de quelque chose de très intéressant, l'Afrique dont nous rêvons. Et l'Afrique dont nous rêvons, justement, à travers cette industrialisation. Et pour cette industrialisation, nous avons besoin des compétences qui sont très claires. Faire de nos pays des hubs technologiques et pouvoir utiliser cela, justement, pour le développement de notre pays. Mon prédécesseur européen l'a dit tout à l'heure, on ne peut se développer en formant des compétences qui ne nous seront pas utiles. Et donc, nous avons besoin des compétences utiles. Et créer des centres d'excellence en mécanique industrielle, par exemple. Aujourd'hui, quand vous regardez nos douches, quand vous regardez nos maisons, les 3/4 de ce qui est sont importés. Quand vous prenez notre cuisine, les 3/4 de ce que nous mangeons sont importés. Quand vous prenez même les allumettes, c'est fabriqué ailleurs. Nous devons penser notre développement à l'africaine avec nos ressources, avec nos compétences. Et donc, là où vous pouvez nous aider, c'est ce Théramis à l'africaine. Et nous avons besoin à ce niveau-là des moyens financiers pour construire nos lycées techniques et faire de nos différents pays des hubs technologiques en tenant compte de leurs spécificités. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Very important country, because it's the country of my co-chair. So I have to be a little bit more flexible, you know. Huh? Then I go to Europe. Marcin Sipniewski. For half a minute, that's very short. Where are you?
She knows how to put...
Marcin? No? Il n'est pas là? I don't see. Okay, I go to the next speaker then. And it's from this, but I don't see either. It's His Royal Highness. Okay, then I go again to the European Parliament. Like that, it goes quick, colleagues. Ruud Vermenich, for 1 minute. I think people are having lunch because everybody's hungry. Ah, there you are, Ruud.
There I am.
I'm very sorry. You have 1 minute speaking time. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I would like to address the downsides of mobility. Instead of creating new opportunities, the brain drain of African skilled workers has increasingly become an act of new colonialism. Africa loses billions of dollars a year, nearly $200,000 per skilled worker who emigrates to Europe. This sets back African societies in productivity and supply. I consider this poaching irresponsible. Promised compensation payments or investments in education do not make up for the loss of skills that Africa badly needs. But the brain drain from Africa does not lead to a brain gain in Europe either. In line with neoliberal ideology, it causes companies and governments alike to cut training costs and no longer invest sufficiently in educating their own citizens. This cannot be a model for the future. Instead of promoting brain drain, we need more government cooperation in education and public investment in stable societies, both in Africa and in Europe, so that young people on both our continents have better opportunities for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then I go to the beautiful Namibia, Honorable Nashinge.
Thank you very much.
Where are you?
Here, I'm here.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair. It's a great honor to be here, to be part of the first sitting of the European African Parliamentary sitting. As Namibia, we do not want to stand before this assembly not to and request for charity, but to demand equity as equal partners. The Samoa Agreement commits us to a partnership a partnership built on mutual respect, shared prosperity, and recognition that our young people are a global asset, not a migration risk to be managed. The Samoa Agreement anchor articles on people-to-people links, equitable movement, and joint development. The visa asymmetry undermines the partnership that we are all working hard for. And Namibia professionals, academics, and youth face disproportionate barriers entering European member states, while European nationals move freely into Africa. This is not partnership, it is a policy inequality. We therefore, as Namibia, recommend that Council of Ministers to establish a joint mobility framework with fast-track visas corridors for students, researchers, and skilled professionals reciprocally. And Namibia proposes that linking mobility to qualification and recognition agreement so that African credentials carry weight in Europe and vice versa, eliminating the de-skilling trap that is facing us. The Africa-European partnership must shift from scholarship charity to co-investment in higher education institutions within Africa. Namibia's universities such as UNAM and NAS are ready to partners and not just to be recipients. Namibia therefore calls for a dedicated youth education compact, a binding commitment to double joint research programs, expand Erasmus equivalent exchange that include African host institutions, and fund TVET centers aligned to green and digital economies. The brain drain that was mentioned to the colleagues is one policy failure, and without pathways, home scholarships abroad become permanent immigration, and fund return incentive programs and diaspora engagement within the partnership is needed.
Sir?
I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but you passed your speaking time. Then I go to Marco Weskliska from the European Parliament. Marco.
I'm here.
There you are.
Thank you, Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we cannot speak of partnership if young people are treated as an afterthought. They are future leaders, they are innovators, and problem solvers for both Europe and Africa. Let's make sure that we give them an environment to thrive in. This can look like programs that give them real opportunities, not just promises. African students should be able to participate in mobility and exchange initiatives, gain skills, and access scholarships that are transparent, fair, and inclusive. We should also support initiatives that go beyond academics. Community projects, sports, and vocational training can build leadership, confidence, and tangible employment opportunities just as much as academic can. We know that structural barriers still remain. Too many young people face bureaucracy, underfunded educational systems, and financial obstacles that prevent them from realizing their potential. Europe cannot stand by while these challenges persist. We must invest in initiatives that are locally driven, practical, and inclusive, reaching everyone. We also cannot expect a situation where debt payments or financial constraints limit social progress by forcing them to choose between servicing debts and investing in education, healthcare, and young people. These must be a priority because they are foundation for the stability and prosperity of society. We have the chance to build a partnership that works for young people. Let us give them the tools and opportunities to lead the world which we are together share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the last speaker of this session, Sierra Leone, Honorable Koroma. Sierra Leone. Where are you?
I'm here. Yes, Honorable Co-Chair, esteemed colleagues. Africa is home to the youngest population in the world.
Yeah.
This is not a crisis. is a strategic opportunity for both Africa and Europe. Our young people are not simply looking for pathways to migrate. They are looking for opportunities to learn, innovate, work, and contribute to global development. Yet today, too many talented African students, researchers, and young entrepreneurs face barriers to mobility, unequal access to education, and limited financing for innovation. A young African can gain admission into a university abroad and still be denied the visa needed to pursue that opportunity. This contradiction undermines the spirit of partnership we aim to promote. Mobility must therefore be treated not merely as a migration issue, but as a tool for development, innovation, and people-to-people cooperation. Our delegation Sierra Leone supports stronger African-EU cooperation through simplified and fast-track academic visas for students and researchers, expanded scholarship, TVET and exchange programs, mutual recognition of qualification and skills, and affordable financing for youth entrepreneurship and startups. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, our continent possesses numerous natural resources, growing markets, dynamic entrepreneurs, and immense human capital. What Africa needs today is not dependency or extraction, but meaningful investment, value addition, and mutual beneficial partnership capable of unlocking shared prosperity for both continents. If Europe seeks long-term stability, resilient economies, and reliable global partnership, then investing in Africa youth education, digital infrastructure, and innovation ecosystem is not charity. It is a shared strategic interest. Finally, let us remember that when opportunities disappear, irregular migration increases. The solution is not simply stronger borders, but stronger investment in education, skills, dignity, and opportunities for young people. The youth of Africa are ready to lead. What they need is access, trust, and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have one woman who asked the floor. She's not on my list. I give you 1 minute, and then we need to conclude because the program is really getting behind, and I really think we all would take a later plane. I think we should stay 2 or 3 days longer in Eswatini if we then not can take the timing. 1 minute, and then I conclude. Botswana. No, I thought it was you. Where is it then? No, but I cannot open the floor for everybody because then we're really running behind. Okay, 1 minute you have. And you're which country?
La coprésidente, merci, c'est la Guinée, c'est bien écrit ici.
Oui, mais je ne peux pas voir d'ici,
voilà,
je m'excuse.
Je comprends. Donc, merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole, quoique je ne suis pas inscrite. Je veux tout simplement rappeler ici que la jeunesse africaine représente environ 77% de la population de notre continent. Cela veut tout simplement dire que cette frange de la population doit être un atout majeur pour l'émergence de notre continent. Mais pour relever ces défis, il est important de savoir donner une responsabilité et une assurance à nos jeunes gens. Pour ce qui concerne mon pays, la Guinée, la jeunesse guinéenne, avec son dynamisme inhérent et son ambition audacieuse, constitue un atout le plus précieux. Elle ne se satisfait plus des vaines promesses, mais elle aspire à des solutions tangibles en matière de bonne éducation, de formation professionnelle, en parfaite adéquation avec les impératifs du marché, du travail et mondial. Comme vous le saviez bien, la mobilité est un terme positif qui est souvent associé à la liberté, à la possibilité de s'épanouir et à se déplacer. Aussi, pour la perspective d'un emploi décent, d'un salaire consistant et d'une indépendance durable. Eh bien, voilà pourquoi nous devons promouvoir la mobilité choisie par notre jeunesse, permettant à nos talents de se former et de se faire perfectionner à l'étranger et aussi revenir enrichis au service de la nation. Comprenez aisément qu'en investissant massivement dans l'éducation et la formation professionnelle et en soutenant nos industries créatives, véritables piliers et moteurs essentiels de notre économie future, nous combattons ainsi efficacement les causes de l'immigration irrégulière. Dans ce cas, nous ne nous contentons pas seulement de gérer un simple flux migratoire, mais nous offrons une perspective d'avenir digne et solide, promoteuse à toute une génération qui n'aspire qu'à bâtir son pays. Mon pays, la Guinée, gère un projet gigantesque minier qui fait l'objet
Madame,
de
je vais
toutes les
vraiment
convoitises.
conclure et parce que
Et je dis aujourd'hui,
on va
nous
conclure,
voulons
merci.
que nos matières premières soient
On peut couper
exploitées,
le micro, s'il vous plaît.
et transformées et vendues sur le continent. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Merci. C'est difficile à gérer une session quand les gens ne respectent pas le temps du parole. Monsieur le coprésident, je vous passe quelques minutes pour conclure de votre côté et là, moi, je vais conclure pour notre côté. Monsieur le coprésident.
Chers collègues, c'est dommage, il y a Botswana qui voudrait intervenir, mais Botswana, la délégation, le représentant de Botswana dans la salle. Bon, j'implore donc la présidente pour que vous ayez 1 minute, pas plus, s'il vous plaît.
Mais respecte, s'il te plaît, la minute.
Thank you, co-president or co-chairman. I bring you greetings from the Republic of Botswana. Our message today is clear. Botswana stands firmly aligned with the shared vision of a strengthened Africa-EU partnership, one that does not merely include youth, but places them at the absolute epicenter of our cooperation. Now, I want to touch on the dynamics of mobility, opportunities and barriers. We recognize that mobility is a powerful engine for innovation. While many of our students benefit from European scholarships, we must be carried about the friction in the system. To truly unlock the potential of our youth, we must address one, administrative barriers. The complexity and length of visa procedures remain a significant deterrent. Financial constraints. The high cost of international study often exclude talented youth from disadvantaged backgrounds. Third, recognition gaps. We need a robust Africa-EU platform for the mutual recognition of qualifications to ensure a degree in Gaborone carries its rightful weight in Brussels and vice versa. In conclusion, Madam Chair or Mr. Chair, we celebrate we deliberate. As we deliberate, let us remember that our policies must be inclusive. Whether it is a young woman in a rural village or a person living with a disability, our success will be measured by the doors we open for those who are historically been left behind. Botswana remains a committed partner. Let us advance a mobility agenda that is fair, predictable, and mutually beneficial. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur le coprésident, pour conclure.
Chers collègues, nous avons entendu beaucoup de choses. Je crois qu'on pourrait continuer d'échanger jusqu'à la fin de la journée. Et on n'en finirait pas. Je voudrais juste mettre l'accent sur quelques éléments essentiels. Permettez-moi de dire des choses que je n'aime pas. J'ai été enseignant à l'université et depuis 2015, j'ai fait valoir mes droits à la retraite, mais je continue d'enseigner. Un jour, j'ai demandé à un collègue, professeur émérite du CAMES, pourquoi a-t-on créé l'université? Les toutes premières unités, pourquoi a-t-on créé l'université? Il n'a pas été capable de me dire pourquoi. Et j'ai trouvé que c'est dommage. Et quand je lui ai expliqué, il a dit, mais ce n'est pas possible. Alors, ce que je veux dire par là, c'est quoi? Nos systèmes éducatifs sont en panne. Si vous prenez, je suis béninois, à côté au Nigeria, quand vous allez à l'université, vous interrogez un étudiant, il vous dit qu'il vient à l'université pour avoir la connaissance pour son business. Et quand vous allez dans un pays comme le mien, il vous dit, il vient à l'université pour avoir la connaissance, pour être employé par quelqu'un d'autre. La différence est nette. Pourquoi? C'est l'histoire, la conséquence de l'histoire de l'Europe et de l'Afrique. Alors, aujourd'hui, si nous pouvons gérer au mieux la question de mobilité, pour notre équilibre et notre bien commun, j'ai entendu depuis hier, certains collègues ont dit, et ils ont raison, que l'Europe a besoin de l'Afrique. C'est vrai, moi je ne dirais pas ça. L'Europe et l'Afrique sont liées. L'Europe et l'Afrique sont liées. Et si on est africain, on pense qu'on peut se développer en se passant de l'Europe, ce n'est pas juste. Mais si on est européen, on pense qu'on peut avoir une stabilité sans l'Afrique, ce n'est pas juste non plus. Donc nous devons travailler ensemble sur ces questions importantes. Parce que le développement d'un pays, que certains spécialistes appellent la reproduction sociale, n'a de valeur que lorsque, au bout d'un certain temps où on évalue, on parvient à investir dans deux éléments essentiels. On investit pour élargir la base productive et on investit dans le capital humain. Si aujourd'hui l'Europe n'est pas capable d'investir dans le capital humain et dans l'élargissement de sa base productive, et l'Afrique non plus, nous sommes tous deux en panne. Et notre souhait, c'est que nous puissions travailler la main dans la main, étant donné que nous sommes liés, pour que la question de mobilité, qui est au cœur du développement du capital humain, soit mieux gérée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Chers collègues, dear colleagues, we're coming to the end of a session full of very useful declarations, full of debate, because that's what this assembly is about. We have to talk to each other, with each other, about the hope and the challenges we face. So I really hope that this debate was useful to convince each other. I really hope that the paragraphs in the recommendation on youth will fulfill all the elements that was debated today. I now have a practical question, because normally the Women's Forum was supposed to start at 2:30 till 4:30. And do we do first the plenary amendments or do we first the Women's Forum? I look a little bit at what the members say. Mon co-président, on laisse l'ordre et on réintroduit quelque part le débat sur les amendements plénières, ou on commence l'après-midi par le débat plénière et là, tout doit changer. Peut-être c'est mieux qu'on garde le forum des femmes à 2h30 comme prévu et on met les amendements entre les deux forats. Je vois déjà du côté européen, on accepte ça. African side, tu acceptes, monsieur le co-président? Je cherche un moyen pour qu'on puisse faire tout le boulot qu'on doit faire.
Oui, Madame la co-présidente, je suis d'avis, mais il y a que... je ne sais pas si les documents sont déjà au niveau de tous les collègues.
Oui, ça oui. Mais là, ça nous donne encore un peu du temps. Alors, je prends la décision à 2h30. Ça, c'est dans 35 minutes. Le forum des femmes commence jusqu'à 4h. On va essayer de diminuer un peu le temps. Et à 4h, on commence le débat sur les amendements plénières. Ça va comme ça? So, 2:30, the Women's Forum, till 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, we have the debate on the plenary amendments. And then, later on, at 5 o'clock or 5:30, we have the business forum. Ça marche? J'essaye de trouver une solution. Non, mais avant, oui. Mais tu peux dire sur le micro. Qu'est-ce que tu penses?
Ce que je pense,
Les gens de mon temps, je dois conclure.
oui, ce que je pense, c'est que nous avons au déjeuner, quand nous allons revenir, nous allons commencer par le forum des femmes. Et
les gens veulent ça.
Ce qui est sûr, on va finir les deux forums. Et je vais ce soir faire des consultations sur le document.
Ok. Chers collègues, mon coprésident a proposé un autre arrangement. So, we will start at 2:30 the Women's Forum, suivi par le forum des business, et à la fin, les amendements. Comme ça, ça nous donne le temps d'échanger et revoir encore pour faire d'autres compromis. Voilà, les coprésidents ont décidé. J'espère que ça vous a arrangé. Bon appétit. Have a good meal. So 2:30 we start with a very important women forum.
Kini, Hakuna, Tafsiri. So therefore, and it's my warmest welcome to this first edition of a Women's Forum taking place as part of the first African EU Parliament Assembly since the signing of the Samoa Agreement. And I must say, I was a little doubtful if we should call it a Women's Forum or a Men's Forum, since more than 50%, 51% actually, of the world population consists of females, and it's only 49% of the population which are male. And I think we can only reach for gender equality if we work together. So we need all the men here to get gender equality. But it's so needed to have this gender equality. This morning I had a field trip to a school, and I learned the chances to enter education are so different for boys and girls. And there are so many differences. It's differences to work, difference to go to education, but also if it concerns safety on a daily basis. And then I don't even talk about the decision-making tables. My name is Ingeborg ter Laak, and I'm a member of the European Parliament from the Netherlands, from a group in the European Parliament which is called the European People's Party. And together with my dear colleague, Honorable Helen Poshi, and now let me pronounce it right, Nyege, and I learned that means earrings, but she's the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in Botswana, and I'm very honored to co-host this meeting with you.
Thank you, Anna.
Let me also thank all of you for your presence at this forum. I'm looking forward to an inspiring and a very lively, energetic discussion, and we can do that just after lunch. It is a privilege to open this EU-Africa Parliamentary Assembly Women's Forum dedicated to the topic of empowering women in agriculture value chains as a driver of economic development in a year of global significance. The UN International Year of the Women's Farmer, 2026, especially now, when cooperation and alignment of policies between Africa and EU are essential to respond to immediate pressures worldwide and to long-term challenges. I don't have to tell you that the war in the Middle East really affects our farmers because the price of fertilizers is going up so heavily that it's really, food security is at stake at the moment. With the UN Nations Declarations 2026, the International Year of the Woman Farmer, the international community has sent a clear message. Women are central to agri-food system and indispensable for the future of sustainable development. And across sub-Saharan Africa, women are the backbone of agriculture production, processing and trade. They work on the lands in their field. They go to the markets and sell their products. They make long hours. But yet, despite all their contribution, there's a persistent gender gap continues to constrain their productivity and economic potential. Structural barriers, including limited access to land, to finance, technology, market, and decision-making spaces remain deeply remoted across agriculture value chain. So it's important we discuss about this today. The European Common Agriculture Policy offers relevant lessons and opportunities in this context. It emphasizes on sustainability, innovation, rural development, and resilience, and it can inform joint approaches that strengthen agriculture systems while promoting inclusion and environmental stewardships. Equally important is the need for the European Union to align its cooperation priorities closely with the needs and realities of African agriculture producers in the value chains actors. In this context, the European Union and its member states have reiterated a firm commitment to support the implementation of the comprehensive African Agriculture Development Programme strategy and action plan. That's a mouthful, but it's for 2026 up till 2025. So it's a 10-year plan, and that will give us prospect because it's a long-term plan, so we can work it out. This commitment is being advanced notably through the Team Europe approach and the Global Gateway Africa-Europe investment package, which aims to mobilize sustainable investments, strengthening infrastructure, and support transformative projects across the agri-food sector. Africa-EU cooperation is increasingly moving beyond traditional aid-based models and towards a more balanced, sustainable, and mutual beneficial framework grounded in trade, investment, and joint value creation. And this grounded in trade is so important for peace and stability. So it will work out on all aspects of people's life. However, this transformation requires deliberate, inclusive policy making and sustainable long-term political will. Women must be at the center of this effort, not only on the fields, but also at the tables where the decisions are taken. Not as beneficiaries, but as leaders, as entrepreneurs, as decision-making actors. As members of parliament, we have a crucial role to play. We must ensure that this transition to a partnership based on trade and investment delivers concrete and equitable results. This forum is an opportunity to translate ambition into action. It allows us to align the objectives of the International Year of the Women's Farmers with the broader transformation of Africa-UN relations. And later this year, I will participate as a delegation from the European Parliament in New York at the UN, and I really would like to come there with something concrete and to tell them what we have achieved here today in Eswatini. And as a first concrete action, I would like to announce that the outcome of our discussions will be reflected in the draft proposal for recommendations, and it will be addressed, of course, to the Africa-EU Councils of Ministers, calling for the empowerment of women in agriculture value chain as central to building resilient economies, ensuring the food security, and achieving sustainable development. By strengthening Africa-EU cooperation and placing women at its core, we can shape a future that is more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous for all. Now, allow me to welcome our distinguished guest speakers. Two of them are remotely, but otherwise the other two are here in the room. The first one will be Ms. Lauren Phillip, Director of the Partnership on UN Collaboration, Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO. Second speaker will be Honorable Monica Mutsvanga, Minister of Women Affairs, Small and Medium Enterprises Development of the Republic of Zimbabwe. And the third speaker will be Honorable John Sento-Dumilo, Member of Parliament and Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture in the Republic of Ghana. And the last speaker will be Senator Linda Nxumalo and Honorable Tenela Magagula. I hope I pronounced it right, but I met you just earlier. You look beautiful. The members of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, thank you so much for hosting us here. And before I pass the floor to Ms. Lauren Phillips to address our audience, I will give the floor to my lovely co-chair, Honorable Helen Pushi Mayenge, for her welcoming remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my co-chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and our distinguished delegates. My names are Helen Pushi Manyining. I'm the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana and also Member of Parliament. It is a privilege to co-chair this first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly Women's Forum with my colleague Ngabok Telak, dedicated to the theme of empowering women in agriculture, value chains as a driver of economic development. In a year of a particular global significance, the United Nations International Year of Women's Farmer 2026. This discussion comes at a time when cooperation and policy alignment between Africa and the European Union are essential, both to respond to immediate pressures and to address long-term challenges linked to food security, climate resilience, economic development, and gender equality. It also builds on the momentum of OACP's Women's Forum, held in the margins of the 11th Summit of OACP's Head of State and Government in Malabo. That forum placed strong emphasis on women in agriculture and highlighted the need of strengthening women's role in food security, resilience, and economic empowerment. Honourable members, we have an opportunity to carry that discussion forward in the parliamentary space and to reflect on how Africa-EU cooperation can better support women across agricultural value chains. Women are central to agriculture and economic and rural economies. They produce, they process, they trade, they manage household food security and support community resilience. Yet in many cases, they still face difficulties in accessing land, finance, markets, technology, training, also storage facilities, even decision-making spaces. That is, we cannot even decide where to get land, where you can start having your business or whatever you want to do in that land. We are also meeting that problems of deciding the making of spaces. From Botswana's perspective, this issue is particularly relevant. Women play an important role in agriculture and rural development, especially in dryland areas, where climate change requires resilience, innovation, and practical solutions. They are active in crop production, the cultivation and processing of drought-tolerant crops, such as sorghum, lablab, millet, maize, and the management of non-timber forest products, such as morula, musukujani, and mopane worms, a delicacy and a great alternative protein to rural communities in northeastern Botswana. These activities contribute not only to household income, but also to food security, local economies, and environmental sustainability. At the same time, women continue to face barriers, including limited access to technical knowledge, financial literacy, processing facilities, stronger market linkages, and decision-making over land and resources such as borehole drilling. You find that we are living in dry areas or dry countries where we are relying on the rains. Nowadays, we have these climate changes. So it's very hard to rely on rains. So we need to be supported. We need to be supported financially if we should access the loans. Or maybe during this climate change, we should have the climate funds, at least to drill boreholes for our women who are now sustaining their lives through plowing. At the same time, this forum should help us identify practical ways to support women, farmers, processors, traders, and entrepreneurs through better access to finance, like I mentioned. We need technology training. We need climate smart agriculture, like I just talked about solar power generation. You'll be looking at how we need power in our rural areas. Most of us here, we are MPs and we are representing people in rural areas. Those people will look at you to say, we need power. But we know having this grid power is expensive. Let's base our hopes on solar power. Let's ask for solar generation for our people. You should also give particular attention to young women, women with disabilities, and marginalized women who must be supported to take up leadership roles in agriculture and agribusiness. This empowerment will therefore translate to equipping women in the rural communities, thereby curbing migration to urban areas, because now they will be having whatever is keeping them, whatever they love, whatever they like. So there is no way you can be migrating to urban areas, urban areas from your rural areas while we have your resources. I'm now looking forward to a focused and constructive exchange with the hope that our discussions will help move women from participation to real empowerment. A lot of people or a lot of seminars, we've been talking women empowerment, but practically it's zero. So I'm just saying, let's talk, but practically, let's show from this OSCE piece that now we are ready to start. We have only 1 hour, 15 minutes, Tilak, for this discussion, and this exchange will be organized as follows. 5 minutes for presentation by Lauren Phillips, who is not with us here, he'll be doing it remotely. 5 minutes presentation by Honorable Monica Muzavangwa. 5 minutes presentation by Honorable John Sector Dumelo. Also, it will be done remotely. And lastly, Senator Linda Ngumalo and Honorable Tenele Magagula of Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini. And this session will be followed by a round of questions and answers with participants. I now call upon Lauren Phillips. And before I call her, I just want to introduce briefly her biography. She serves as a Director of Partnership and UN Collaboration at Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, of the United Nations, leading the organization engagement with member states, resource partner, and the wider United Nations Development System. She previously served as a Deputy Director of FAO, Inclusive Rural Transformation and Gender Equality Division, which coordinates the organization's work on gender, rural institutions, and social protection, decent rural employment, tenure rights, and migration. Can you please give a round of applause to Dr. Lauren Phillips?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, distinguished co-chairs and honorable parliamentarians, excellencies and colleagues. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person today, but it is a great honor to address you at the first Women's Forum, or perhaps Men's Forum, as the co-chair mentioned, of the first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly. I really want to thank, on behalf of FAO, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as the European Parliament, for their invitation. And I think that this first Parliamentary Assembly marks an important moment in giving meaning to the parliamentary dimension of the Samoa Agreement, which helps to strengthen political dialogue and shared action between these two continents. I also think that the inclusion of the Women's Forum in the Parliamentary Assembly sends a very clear and powerful message that inclusive dialogue is central and not peripheral to the future of the Africa-EU partnership. And as both co-chairs mentioned, it's especially meaningful that this discussion is taking place in 2026, which is the International Year of the Farmer, a global moment to recognize women farmers' contributions to agri-food systems and to accelerate action to close gender gaps in agri-food systems. Of course, we know that gender equality and women's empowerment are not standalone issues, that they are cross-cutting and very important for delivering all of the Sustainable Development Agenda, as well as resilience to shocks, including climate and economic shocks and food security, and are a cornerstone for achieving our objectives of transforming agri-food systems. So let me just divide my speaking points and my 5 minutes in a couple of different sections. I would like to first say a little bit more about the International Year of the Woman Farmer and explain why it's so critical that we work on women's well-being in agri-food systems. And then I'll talk about the opportunities for parliamentarians and the importance of taking up these issues within both Africa and EU institutions. So across Africa and Europe, women and girls are really at the backbone. They are the backbone of agri-food systems. They are producers, farmers, processors, traders, entrepreneurs, caregivers, and innovators. And their work helps to sustain communities and food economies, as well as the broader economy. And the International Year of the Woman Farmer highlights this critical role that women play, while also hoping to address the structural inequalities that women continue to face. So FAO is leading the implementation of the year in collaboration with all of you, as well as our colleagues at the International Fund for Agricultural Development and the World Food Programme, so that we can celebrate women farmers in all their diversity across every part of the food value chain. Let me say a little bit more about the inequalities which remain persistent structural barriers for women in agri-food systems. The truth is that despite the critical role of women in agri-food systems, their contributions are both undervalued and undersupported. In the European Union, farming continues to be strongly dominated by men, and only 31% of farmers are women as of 2020. In addition, there's a heavy dependence on women's labor and family labor in many small EU farms, but farms are often registered under male farmers. And in Africa, these numbers are even more impressive because new data in FAO's recently launched report, The Status of Women in Agri-Food Systems in Sub-Saharan Africa, this is a specific set of data and evidence on women in agri-food systems in Sub-Saharan Africa, shows that 76% of women who work in Sub-Saharan Africa are working in agri-food systems. This demonstrates that for the continent, women's role in the economy is heavily dominated by women's role in agri-food systems. And so it's critical to close both productivity and wage gaps, which continue to plague the sector, because that could help to transform regional GDP, increasing it by 2.5% or 53 billion US dollars, and reducing food insecurity by almost 4%. Globally, women also dominate agri-food systems workforce with around 41% of their labor. But as I mentioned, the gaps are large. The data and evidence that FAO has produced over the past several years suggest that women earn 78 cents for every dollar earned by men. They farm smaller plots of land, and their productivity is about 24% less on those plots because they have less access to credit, inputs, training, and technology. If we could close those gaps, we could have impressive benefits globally beyond those that I mentioned already for Africa. I wanted to mention, though, that in addition to the gaps that I mentioned in terms of women's wages and productivity, we have to address ongoing and systemic constraints in terms of women's access to secure land rights and natural resources, which is very unbalanced, their access to finance, their access to new digital and financial services, and their access to skills development. But we also need to close discriminatory social norms which keep women out of leadership and decision-making spaces, including institutions which shape policies and laws and investments on agri-food systems. We see that women continue to be overrepresented in informal, low-paid, and vulnerable jobs, and that this has an important impact on the livelihoods and well-being of families, of women, and of economies, weakening household resistance to climatic, economic, and conflict-related shocks, and undermining food security and nutrition for entire communities. Given the changes in the global economy and in agri-food systems, addressing these gaps is more urgent than ever, because it will generate significant employment gains as well as socioeconomic gains and improve nutrition for families and their resilience to climatic shocks. In the end, what this points to is the need for all of us during this International Year of the Woman Farmer to focus on three main objectives. First, increasing awareness and deepening understanding of the challenges that women farmers face, such as those I mentioned before. Secondly, supporting the development and implementation of policies and long-term investments that empower women farmers. And three, strengthening the availability and access and use of high-quality disaggregated data about women and men in agri-food systems. We're happy to announce that FAO will soon be launching next month a gender domain within our FAO statistics platform, which will make available all gender disaggregated data relevant to agri-food systems. I know that I'm out of time. I'll just close by saying that parliamentarians are really key actors in the governance of agri-food systems. And through your role in legislation, budgeting, and oversight, you can help us to enact gender-responsive legal frameworks, ensure that public investment reaches women farmers and entrepreneurs, and help us to hold institutions accountable for gender commitments that have been made. Parliamentary action is essential to move forward with real transformation of agri-food systems. Finally, I invite you all to join us in taking up these issues and others in the third Global Parliamentary Summit, which is being organized by FAO against hunger and malnutrition on the African continent in Kenya on the 16th to 17th of November, 2026. The summit will provide a global platform for parliamentarians to exchange experiences, strengthen political commitments, and accelerate action towards ending hunger and malnutrition, putting gender equality at the heart of agri-food systems transformation. Chairs, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Phillips. Thank you so much for setting the scene for our debate. I'll now invite Honorable Monica Motsavangwa, but also let me introduce her. She has served as Zimbabwe Minister of Women Affairs, Community Small and Medium Enterprises Development since September 2023. Madam Monica, you're welcome to address the audience. You have the 5 minutes on the floor.
Take my 2 minutes from just transferring, coming to this seat. I thank you sincerely, and let me first of all salute you, the co-chairs, the co-presidents of the Africa EU Parliamentary Assembly, honorable speakers who are here, honorable members of parliament who are here, distinguished delegates, and delegates from Africa and the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you, members of parliament, especially when we talk about issues of gender equality and women empowerment. I start by saying good evening to all of you. Is it good evening or good afternoon? Thank you very much. It is a profound honor to address this Women's Forum, which is convened on the margins of the first Africa EU Parliamentary Assembly here in Ezulwini, Kingdom of Eswatini. I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting Zimbabwe, me and our members of parliament who are here, and I saw our Speaker of the Senate, to be part of this very important function, to contribute to this important dialogue, which is taking place at a defining moment in Africa-EU relations and in the global movement for women's empowerment. This assembly, as it said, established under the Samoa Agreement, marks the beginning of a renewed institutional partnership between Africa and the European Union. Grounded in cooperation, shared prosperity, and inclusive development, it is therefore fitting for one of the central conversations of this historic gathering focusing on women and agriculture. Because agriculture remains the backbone of many African economies, and women remain the backbone of agriculture itself. I'm particularly encouraged that this forum is being held during the United Nations International Year of the Women Farmer 2026. This global observance recognizes what African communities have always known, that women are central to food security, to nutrition, to environmental stewardship, economic resilience, and community survival. Ladies and gentlemen, across the world, women work in every segment of agri-food systems. They are farmers, processors, traders, fishers, beekeepers, exporters, scientists, entrepreneurs, and custodians of indigenous knowledge systems. Yet, with all this they do, their immense contribution is actually very little. Women continue to face unequal access to land, access to finance, markets, technology, training, and decision-making. The International Year of the Women's Farmer is therefore not merely a celebration of women's contribution to agriculture. It is a global call to action. It calls upon governments, financial institutions, development partners, and the private sector to close the gender gaps, invest in women's leadership, and build fair, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems that leave no woman behind. Ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe's approach to women's economic empowerment cannot be separated from our national history and liberation struggle. Zimbabwe witnessed a painful rebirth as a modern African nation in 1980. A youthful generation paid the supreme sacrifice in that protracted liberation war against the colonialists. As I stand before you today, I do so not only as a Minister of Women Affairs, Minister of Community Development, Minister of SMEs, but I am a daughter born of the struggle, of the liberation struggle. I speak as someone who shaped that during that crucible, who was shaped during that crucible sacrifice, the courage, solidarity, and unwavering hope for a better future. So when we speak about gender equality and women empowerment, Women are not asking for charity, they earned it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zimbabwean woman of today has earned their freedoms through struggle and sacrifice. She is not the product of generosity of a condescending patriarchy. In Zimbabwe, as in many African countries, women constitute nearly 60% of the agricultural workforce. They till the land, they plant the seeds, tend to the crops, preserve harvests, process food, and sustain rural economies. They feed their families. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, for many years, women remained concentrated at the lowest and least profitable levels of agricultural production. They produced the food, but received only a fraction of the final value, while middleman captured the greater share of profits. When we advocate for inclusive value chains, we are saying that women must not remain confined to the lowest levels of production. Women must occupy strategic positions across the entire economic spectrum, from production to processing, financing, innovation, industrialization, trade, and global market participation. We are being called upon to build economies that reflect the very values for which so many sacrificed during our liberation struggles: equality, dignity, participation, justice, and shared prosperity. The economic case is in my country, Zimbabwe. Women consistently reinvest a larger proportion of their income into food. In fact, most of those women who are working, they bring more than 90% of their salaries home. They feed the family. So we continue to make sure that the women are empowered through the value chain. When we do that, child nutrition improves, infant mortality declines, school attendance increases, household resilience strengthens, long-term human capital grows. And isn't this what we all want? To make sure that we transform the lives of our people. Closing gender gaps in agriculture value chains also increases productivity. Women-led value chains also promote diversification into high-level sectors such as horticulture, spices, and essential oils, which generate stronger earnings from exports. Investing in women's control of agricultural value chain is therefore a direct investment in national economic transformation. Under the leadership of my president, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, Zimbabwe's Second Republic has advanced a national vision anchored on inclusive development and shared prosperity under Vision 2030. The president has articulated several guiding national principles. Zimbabwe can only be built by its own people. Zimbabwe leaves no one and no place behind. Zimbabwe is open for business. Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. Zimbabwe is a Pan-African national state. These principles, ladies and gentlemen, continue to shape Zimbabwe's women.
Can you conclude? You have now
I am concluding, Honorable Deputy Speaker from Botswana. Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk about what we have done, the women-focused agricultural financing, cooperatives and market access, also under regional cooperation and the African Continental Free Trade Area. No country can build itself alone, so the value chains, we need to work with others. I also want to just talk about the call to partnership, the importance to call to partnership. Women are not seeking aid, they are seeking fair partnership in value chains. I want to say we therefore invite African and European development finance institutions, impact investors, agribusiness firms and development partners to support co-investment in women-led aggregation and processing hubs, technology transfer, direct and long-term offtake agreements, financing. If we can do that, we will definitely make sure that Africa will go a long way. I thank you sincerely for giving me this time. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, if I was not going to stop her because now she's a poet. Can you tell she's a poet? Yes, so if you don't stop poets, I'll be in problem. A round of applause for Monica. Thank you, Monica. Please, the other speakers, the remaining speakers, please stick to the time. Otherwise, we'll not have time for our questions and comments. Please, bear with us because of time. And I'll call around Honorable John Seto Dumelo, who is also a member of parliament for Ayawaso West Elgon constituency in the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, and Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture. Round of applause. It's remote. Honorable Dumelo is supposed to be remote. It's not in? It's not available? Oh, they're still working on it, okay. Let's proceed because there's still, okay, no problem. We can just continue to another speaker. Who is the other one now? Okay, Honorable Linda Ngumalo, can you take the floor? 5 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, co-chairpersons. Thank you for the opportunity for me to add Eswatini's voice to this important topic. Please allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. Good afternoon. As the world commemorates the UN International Year of the Woman Farmer 2026, we are reminded that women are not only central to agriculture, but central to economic transformation, food security, climate resilience, and poverty reduction. In Eswatini, agriculture contributes approximately 8% of GDP, yet supports over 70% of rural households. Women remain the backbone of this sector, particularly within the smallholder farming, food production, informal agriculture trade, agro-processing, and household nutrition systems. Co-chairpersons, despite this immense contribution, women farmers continue to face structural barriers. These include limited access to land ownership, inadequate financing, climate vulnerabilities, limited mechanization, and weak access to export markets and value addition opportunities. Notwithstanding the above challenges, Eswatini has made encouraging progress over the years. Through partnerships between the government of Eswatini, the European Union, FAO, IFED, WFP, UN Women, and other development partners, important strides have been made towards empowering women in agricultural value chains. Recent FAO-supported initiatives have enabled women and youth farmers to transition from subsistence farming to commercial production through greenhouse technologies, climate-smart agriculture, protected farming systems, and structured market access through the National Agricultural Marketing Board. The World Food Programme further reports that in 2024, over 1,000 smallholder farmers received technical support and inputs in Eswatini, with 70% of beneficiaries being women. The newly launched SAPAM program, valued at approximately 751 million, and supported by IFED and the Green Climate Fund, is expected to directly benefit nearly 19,600 households and over 117,000 people through improved productivity, climate resilience, and market access. Co-chairpersons, these interventions demonstrate that when women are empowered, agricultural productivity improves,
household incomes rise, food security becomes more resilient, and rural economies grow. However, more must still be done. Co-chairpersons, Eswatini has a unique opportunity to strengthen women's-led agro-processing, climate-smart agriculture, irrigation systems, digital agriculture, export readiness, and agricultural financing targeted specifically at women and the youth. Further collaboration opportunities with OACPS partners, the EU, the United Nations Agency, and private sector should focus on the following: value addition and industrialization, women-focused agricultural financing, regional trade under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, innovation and technology transfer, and sustainable climate adaptation. As parliamentarians, we must continue strengthening policy oversight, gender-responsive budgeting, and legislative reforms that place women farmers at the center of national development. The empowerment of women in agriculture is ultimately about dignity, inclusion, productivity, and economic justice. In Africa, if Africa is to achieve sustainable development, food security, and inclusive growth, then the women farmer must move from the margins of policy discussions to the center of economic transformation. With this, distinguished delegates, I thank you. Merci, obrigada, asante sana, enkosi, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Linda. Siyabonga enkosi. I wish I was Eswati. Thank you, Honorable Member. Can we have Honorable Tenege Magagula?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, co-presidents, honorable members, honorable ministers, parliamentarians present, farmers, Bomage, distinguished sisters and brothers. May I take this opportunity to thank the OACPS, EU, and JPA for such an initiative. As women, we strongly believe that this milestone marks the inception of the highly prosperous era. The year 2026 is the UN International Year of the Women Farmer. It is fitting that we meet here in Africa, where women produce 60% to 80% of food, yet own less than 20% of the land. Umfati ngumgogodla welikhaya, which means a woman is the backbone of the home. Today we say she must also be the backbone of the economy. The question is, why value chains? Why now? Colleagues, we have praised women farmers for decades. Praise does not pay school fees. The truth is brutal. Under production, women plant maize. For processing, men own the mill. When it's profit, Middleman owns the market. If a woman labor ends at the farm gate, then her poverty begins there as well. Empowerment means ownership across the value chain, from seed to soil, shelf to bank account. The Samoa's Agreement's 6 pillars and the AU's Agenda 2063 means nothing if they do not reach Magedlamini in Lavumisa with irrigation, title deeds, and contracts to supply their school feeding programs. Progress reports for Eswatini as to what we do under His Majesty's leadership. For land, through the land policy of 2021, Eswatini now issues joint title deeds. Over 3.2 women have now co-registered Swazi Nation land with their spouses since 2022, and now it's in their name. If the land is in her name, is dignity in her hands. For finance, the Women's Development Fund has dispersed over 45 million to 1.8 agri-SMEs. 70% are in horticulture, poultry, and agro-processing. Default rate under 3%. When you bank on women, women bank on you. Markets. The Ho Women's Agro Park at Elangeni links 600 women to ShopRite, Boxer, and school feeding. No broker, direct contracts. From farm gate to rental shelf in 48 hours, to retail shelves in 48 hours. Climate Andankwe, climate smart agriculture, 5,000 women farmers now use drip irrigation and drought-tolerant seeds. Eswatini would like to table 4 proposals for this forum's resolution to the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. 1, 40% procurement rule. All Samoa-funded school, feeding, hospital, and army contracts must source 40% from women-owned agribusinesses by 2028. If states feed children, let mothers grow the food. Tightly plus technology, equities transformation. No global gateway agri-project approved without land tenure security for women farmers. 2, digital extension services in local languages. You cannot buy a tractor if you don't own the field. 3, from micro to markets. Establish a OACPS, EU Women Agro-Value Chain Facility. 5 million blended finance for processing, cold chains, and export certification. Graduate women from microloans to market loans. Number 4, data with dignity. Mandate sex disaggregated data in all Samoa agriculture reporting. What is not counted is not funded. If we count carefully, we can count women. In conclusion, the spirit of International Year of the Women Farmer 2026, Bomage, honorable sisters, the UN gave us a year history, will give us as a judgment. Will 2026 be a year we yield upon, or we are going to make a loss over this year? His Majesty King Mswati III often says, Inkosi yinkosi ngebantu, meaning a king is a king through his people. Tonight we say, economists are economists by women. You feed nations, now nations must feed your ambition. Women farmers are the fortress of the country and the economy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all our speakers. And I think all the speakers, there's one thing very, very clear. It is the women that feed the world. And I think it's very important that this is often, as we heard from all the speakers, the facts and figures are there. Women are key, but it's not always seen, it's not always valued. So what can we do? How can we help the UN to really make this theme year of empowering women in agriculture come through, so we don't have to have this discussion again next year? So therefore, I would like to open the floor for discussion, and I wish for us to have an energetic and lively discussion. So please, when you ask for the floor, identify yourself, be brief, and if it's a question, please indicate to whom it's addressed, and that all in no more than 2 minutes. So who can I give the floor to? Who wants to intervene? Can I give the lady, I cannot read the card, sorry, at number 64, please. Yes. Can I give you the floor first?
Senegal.
Senegal, yes.
And then Rwanda.
Merci, Madame la coprésidente. Afrique, les femmes produisent 60 à 80% des denrées alimentaires. Elles sont représentées.
Can you please turn on your microphone, or yeah.
Oui, c'est fait. Vous m'entendez? Allô? C'est bon? Voilà. En Afrique, les femmes produisent 60 à 80% des denrées alimentaires. Elles représentent 43% de la main-d'œuvre agricole. Paradoxe. Elles possèdent moins de 20% des terres, ont moins accès au crédit, aux intrants et à la formation. Coût de l'intégralité. La FAO estime que les femmes avaient le même accès aux ressources que les hommes. La production agricole augmenterait de 20 à 30% en Afrique, avec assez pour sortir 150 millions de personnes de la famine. Ce n'est pas juste planter, c'est tout le circuit. Terre, semences, production, transformation, stockage, transport, vente et export. Aujourd'hui, les femmes sont massives à la production, mais quasi absents dans les maillons du rapport transformation, commercialisation et décision. Autonomiser les femmes dans l'agriculture, ce n'est pas seulement une question d'égalité des genres, c'est une stratégie économique intelligente. Pour que ce compteur économique tourne en plein régime, nous devons agir sur 3 leviers. Accès au foncier, sécuriser les droits fonciers des femmes et faciliter l'accès au microcrédit avec le taux adapté, comme l'ont produit certaines initiatives bancaires. Former en technologie agroécologique et équiper les groupements féminins en machines de transformation. Accès au marché, numériser les échanges pour permettre aux femmes de vendre en juste prix. Levons les barrières, cultivons l'avenir et autonomisons nos femmes pour un développement économique durable et inclusif. Merci beaucoup.
Rwanda. Thank you very much. I see lots and lots of cards. I will take your names. The second speaker will be the lady from the honorable colleague from Rwanda.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Rwanda reaffirms the central role of women in agriculture as key drivers of food security, rural transformation, and sustainable development. Agriculture remains a cornerstone of Rwanda's economy, contributing about 20% of GDP and employing 43% of the workforce. The empowerment of women in this sector is therefore both a development priority and economy necessity. Evidence shows strong progress in women's economic inclusion within agriculture in Rwanda. Women represent 51% of the agricultural household population and account for 66% of employment across agricultural value chains, particularly in production. Access to land among women stands at 94%, while formal non-bank saving increased from 44% to 63% by 2024, indicating improved financial inclusion. Women also hold 42% of leadership positions in agricultural cooperatives and constitute 40% of users of agricultural extension services. The modernization of agricultural services is a key, and we recommend to put subsidies or inputs in agricultural sector to get improved seeds and fertilizers. We recommend also to improve access to finance and insurance, strengthen post-harvest infrastructures, and better market integration. Women-led enterprises are inclusively active in coffee, horticulture, and agro-processing. Madam Co-Chair, the Parliament of Rwanda remains committed to advancing gender-responsive policies and ensuring inclusive agricultural transformation. As I conclude, I recommend to promote the agricultural sector where women are not only participants, but also leaders, innovators, and equal beneficiaries of development, and calling for strengthened global cooperation to build inclusive and resilient agricultural systems. I thank you.
Very much for your intervention. Next on my list is the gentleman in the back. Please, it's yours. I don't know your, yeah, please identify yourself. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, colleague, and thank you, Chair, and first of all, thank all the panelists for their contribution for this, I believe, very important issue. And
Excuse me, sir,
of course,
please say your country.
I'm Marko Vešligaj, member of the European Parliament from Croatia. Thank you. And of course, big greeting to all great women which are here in this hall. And I will just say a few words from the position of the Vice Chair of the Committee for the Gender Equality and Women's Rights in the European Parliament. I think that we must move our EU development cooperation to be maybe more strategically designed, to move beyond project-based support, and instead we must create some long-term environment for women-led agricultural businesses, particularly in accessing finance, in scaling production, and integration into the global and regional value chains. So I have maybe here two questions. How can we change this, maybe the training programs, and design them to so that women can move from the substance farming into higher value crops or agribusiness opportunities? And second question, are there any examples of successful regional partnership that could be copied, maybe to strengthen the women inclusion in this formal agriculture markets? Thank you.
Very much. Next one is the lady in red. You're from Kenya, wasn't it?
Me. Yes, I'm from Senegal. Les femmes jouent un rôle central, déterminant. Elles constituent l'épine dorsale du secteur de l'agriculture familiale et présentent 70% de la main-d'œuvre. Leur présence est dominante dans les maillons les plus stratégiques de la chaîne de valeur. Mais paradoxalement, chers collègues, cette contribution majeure reste faiblement capitalisée et le droit d'accès à la terre reste problématique dans plusieurs régions. Ma question est la suivante, messieurs les coprésidents. Quels sont les mécanismes que l'OACP compte mettre en place pour renverser cette tendance? Monsieur les coprésidents, à l'instar de la CEDEAO, qui place l'autonomisation et l'égalité des genres au cœur de son plan d'action 2030, l'Assemblée parlementaire OACP envisage-t-elle un plan d'action pour l'autonomisation de la femme comme action prioritaire dans le cadre de l'accord de Samoa? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. My list of speakers is so long, so I'm going to close it. I have many people on the list. The next one on my list is the speaker from Kenya. So I have to check. Kenya, you were there. Yes, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for this opportunity. I'll stand on the protocol already established. This being the year, the Women Farmers Year 2026, the agriculture remains central in Kenya economy, contributing significantly employment, exports, and food security. Women form a significant, sorry, that disrupted me. Women form significant, substantial position in agriculture. Women in Kenya do a lot of fishing, and they process. They also do agricultural, coffee, tea, and also farm maize. They form cooperatives. They also do dairy farming, and they make employment for many of our youths. But at the end of the day, you find that these women are not gaining anything from what they are doing. But they are providing food security for the citizens. They are providing systems that feed the country, but at the end of the day, you find that they have a lot of challenges in financing. And so I would request the EU partners and African Union to come for the aid of women so that women can be financially stable as they do their farming, so that they can provide the food security, they can provide economically in our countries. Women can support our African food security that will not lack anything if they are financially supported and encouraged. The Vision 2030 is a blueprint as value addition and strategic vision in our country.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let me give my other brother to conclude.
That's very smart. But first on my list is my colleague from Spain. It's Mr. Lopez Aguilar. It's yours, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll make it short. I've followed your passionate speeches, ladies, colleagues, representatives of the women's rights and women equal rights in Africa particularly. So I would address a question to our colleague from Zimbabwe who made a very passionate speech. And the point is this. In my experience as member of the European Parliament, I am accustomed that whenever there is a point on women's rights and equal rights, it's mostly female colleagues taking the lead, just natural. But the final lesson is that it takes more men to secure women's rights. It takes more men, because that is the case in Europe. That is the case in Europe, in which equal rights are enshrined in all of the constitutions and, of course, in the Charter of Fundamental Rights in the European Union. So my question goes to our African female colleagues. In your understanding, what is the main obstacle? Is it legal, or is it cultural, religious, social, of whatever kind? If you may elaborate on the matter. Because in my understanding, it takes a lot of men to secure women's rights. Thank you.
Very much for your intervention. And you get a round of applause from the participants here. Next on my list is the lady from Guinea. It's your turn. Yes, please.
Merci, Madame la coprésidente. Et j'aimerais vraiment saluer toutes les intervenantes et surtout Madame Monica du Zimbabwe. J'ai vu son parcours. C'est une dame qui a commencé à militer à 15 ans. Je vous demande d'applaudir cette femme. J'interviens par rapport, parce que vous comprenez, je travaille avec les femmes rurales. Parce que ma maman était femme rurale. On l'a sortie de l'école avant l'âge requis pour la donner en mariage. De ce fait, pour soutenir notre éducation, elle est devenue agricultrice. Et c'est dans ça que nous avons étudié, moi et mes frères, jusqu'à l'université. Mais je vous dis, le problème des femmes, et c'est à travers ça que j'ai milité pour les droits des femmes, pour l'autonomisation des femmes. Et ce qui m'a amené au Parlement en tant que première vice-présidente du Parlement guinéen. Je vous dis que le problème, vous avez tout déjà dit, les problèmes auxquels les femmes sont confrontées. Les femmes rurales. Vous savez ici dans cette salle que le 15 octobre de chaque année, c'est la journée internationale de la femme rurale. Mais ça passe sous silence dans nos pays. Tous se concentrent sur le 8 mars, alors qu'il y a cette journée critique qui est célébrée. Par rapport au rôle critique que les femmes rurales jouent dans la sécurité alimentaire, les 3 secteurs de la sécurité alimentaire, l'agriculture, la pêche et l'élevage, les femmes interviennent à plus de 80% dans la chaîne de valeur. L'agriculture à la commercialisation en passant par la transformation. Mais elles n'obtiennent que 10%, tout simplement parce qu'elles n'ont rien. Mais pourquoi? Je ne reviens plus. Je reviens à la question de monsieur Espagnol, qui dit quels sont les obstacles. Les obstacles sont simples. C'est la discrimination. C'est les violences auxquelles les femmes sont victimes. Les violences sexistes. Vous voyez dans cette salle ici, il n'y a plus d'hommes ici aujourd'hui, depuis que nous avons commencé. Parce que c'est un thème qui concerne les femmes. Les hommes ne sont pas dans la salle. Mais de passage, je salue tous les hommes qui sont dans la salle, nos I-Forchi, pour dire que nous devons prendre les problèmes dans beaucoup de sens. Les questions de paix et de sécurité, je l'ai mentionné la dernière fois lors des premiers jours. Nous devons mentionner, organiser les événements spéciaux pour les femmes rurales, les violences faites aux femmes et la paix et la sécurité. Nous sommes cette année, 25 ans après la résolution 1325. Jusqu'à présent, les femmes vivent des violences lors des guerres. Et
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very, very much. And next year we have a men's forum, and the females are welcome there. But we will also, I am with you there, on the 15th of October, we should have this International Day to memorize all the females who work in the land. Next on my list is the lady from Ivory Coast. The lady from Ivory Coast, I'm sorry, I don't have your name. Yeah. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la coprésidente. Autonomiser les femmes dans les chaînes de valeur agricole comme moteur de développement économique. Oui. En Côte d'Ivoire, l'agriculture constitue un pilier essentiel de l'économie nationale. Les femmes y jouent un rôle central, intervenant à toutes les étapes des chaînes de valeur, de la production à la commercialisation. Toutefois, leur contribution demeure insuffisamment valorisée en raison de contraintes majeures telles que l'accès au financement, aux technologies et à certains marchés. Face à ces défis, la Côte d'Ivoire a fait de l'autonomisation économique des femmes une priorité. Des actions sont engagées pour faciliter leur accès aux ressources productives afin de promouvoir l'entrepreneuriat féminin en vue de son intégration entière dans les filières agricoles à forte valeur ajoutée, notamment le cacao, l'anacade, le café et les cultures vivrières. L'expérience ivoirienne montre que l'autonomisation des femmes dans les chaînes de valeur agricole constitue un levier puissant de croissance économique, de réduction de la pauvreté et de développement durable. C'est pourquoi la Côte d'Ivoire appelle à un renforcement de la coopération entre les États de l'OEACP et l'Union européenne afin de mutualiser les efforts, partager les bonnes pratiques et mobiliser les ressources nécessaires à des politiques inclusives et ambitieuses. Investir dans les femmes, c'est investir dans l'avenir de nos nations et poser les bases d'une prospérité durable et partagée. Je vous remercie. Je n'ai pas atteint mon temps, si vous me permettez de continuer.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
Je peux continuer avant que...
No, I'm sorry, but it's such a lively discussion, and I have so many requests for speaking, but due to time issues, I only have time for 3.
Okay.
I will pass the floor to the lady from Cameroon, the lady from Sierra Leone, and the lady from Benin, and then I have to close the floor, so I'm very, very sorry for that. So please, the lady from Cameroon, the time is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole donnée. J'interviens sur ce thème en cours pour dire que les femmes doivent lutter pour leur autonomisation économique. l'accès des femmes au crédit, au marché et à la formation professionnelle, surtout dans les zones rurales. Valoriser les activités des femmes. L'autonomisation, oui. Valoriser les activités des femmes sont déjà présentes, l'agriculture, l'artisanat, le petit commerce, la transformation agroalimentaire, l'éducation, le leadership, le maintien des filles à l'école et la lutte contre les mariages précoces. Former des femmes leaders locales, telles que les chefs des groupements, les conseillères municipales, les députés, les sénateurs, les entrepreneurs. Quand une femme prend la parole en public, ça change la perspective de tout le groupe. Sur le plan santé et charge mentale, les femmes doivent avoir accès aux soins maternels, la planification familiale, la santé reproductive sans tabou. Les femmes doivent se battre pour réduire la charge des travaux, les charges, je voulais dire, des travaux domestiques, tels que aller chercher l'eau, le bois, c'est des pertes de temps. Donc pour leur libérer le temps et leur permettre d'avoir assez de temps pour leurs activités génératrices de revenus. La santé des femmes. La santé de la femme égale à la santé de toute la communauté. Les femmes doivent participer à la prise de décisions, mettre en place des quotas, des mentors, des espaces de parole sécurisés pendant les forums. La décision sur l'eau, l'agriculture, l'éducation sont plus efficaces quand les femmes y participent, qui réussissent localement pour construire. Pardon.
I'm going to ask you to stop.
Okay, merci.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I will pass the floor.
Je voulais ajouter la lutte contre les violences sexuelles. Ok, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the floor to your colleague and neighbor from Sierra Leone. Your floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I stand on the existing protocol. Women empowerment in agriculture in Sierra Leone is a major development issue because women make up a large share of the agricultural workforce, especially in rural communities. Yet, many women still face barriers in access to land, finance, farm input, extension, services, technology, and decision-making power. Recent work by UN Women, Food and Agriculture Organization, a local partner, continue to focus on strengthening women's participation across farming and agricultural value chains. Why women empowerment in agriculture matters? Agriculture is central to livelihood in rural Sierra Leone. When women have stronger access to productive resources and income, households often see better food security, improved nutrition, stronger community resilience. As a recent research study in district of Kenema, that is in my country, Kenema district and Pujahun district, found that women empowerment was linked to better household nutrition outcomes and stronger participation in farm-related decisions. Main challenges faced by women farmers: limited land ownership and control. Many women cultivate land but do not hold secure rights over it. Restricted access to finance, credit savings, agricultural investment capital remain difficult to obtain. Lower access to obtaining and le temps est contre moi. Improved seed, irrigation, mechanization, extension services often reach men first. Heavy unpaid care work, household responsibilities reduce time available for production, marketing, and leadership.
Thank you very much. You were just in time. And thank you for your contributions. And I think the facts speak for themselves. They're clear. Thanks a lot. And last for today's discussion, I will give the floor to Benin, and afterwards I will give our speakers sometimes 1 minute time to reflect a little bit about the interventions they've heard today. So last is the lady from Benin. It's yours.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, bonsoir. Les femmes, incontestablement, sont l'avenir de nos territoires. Alors, je me suis demandé s'il y a des femmes agricultrices dans la salle. J'aurais aimé que les agricultrices du Bénin soient là pour partager leurs expériences. Cependant, je vais dire quelques mots parce que j'ai eu la chance, il y a peu, avant que je n'entre en plein pied en politique et être députée aujourd'hui, je fus mentor des femmes entrepreneurs, aussi bien citadines que rurales. Et les défis auxquels elles sont confrontées m'ont amené justement à en faire une thèse que j'ai soutenue il y a peu sur l'entrepreneuriat des femmes vu par les auteurs africaines. J'ai interrogé la littérature pour voir comment résoudre ces problèmes-là. Alors, j'ai travaillé sur les féminismes africains, l'entrepreneuriat féminin et l'inclusion financière. Justement, ça va répondre un peu à l'une des questions posées par rapport aux défis des femmes qu'elles rencontrent. Alors, l'une de mes conclusions, c'est que j'en suis arrivée à prôner la masculinité positive. Parce qu'il y a des endroits, même quand vous amenez de l'argent, même quand vous amenez de la microfinance, et que le mari, il donne pas caution, la famille ne donne pas caution, et elle ne peut pas réussir, elle ne peut pas aller loin. Et il y en a à des endroits où elles vous disent, écoutez, si votre argent va m'amener à être autonome et que je perde ma famille et que je divorce, allez retourner avec votre argent. Et donc là, il est important d'impliquer les hommes dans toutes les politiques genrées. Et c'est pour ça qu'on parle du féminisme africain qui doit être intégré et qui doit être transversal pour qu'on n'importe pas des féminismes occidentaux. C'est-à-dire que ce féminisme qui va négocier avec les hommes. Quand je veux faire mon activité, je négocie avec mon homme en utilisant ce qu'on appelle les soft skills et le soft power. Et du coup, l'un des mécanismes auxquels on peut penser, ce sont des fonds dédiés. Le fonds d'investissement pour l'entrepreneuriat rural féminin, par exemple. Et l'Union européenne pourrait aider à structurer ces fonds dédiés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very, very much. And I noticed the discussion and the debate is not closed yet, and there are many people who still want to intervene, but still I want to wrap up. And I want to give, first of all, some time to the Honourable Miss Moses Vanga from Zimbabwe to give us some final thoughts and remarks.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the ideas coming from this room. Members of Parliament are the people who are the drivers of economic development, economic policies to make sure that our women are empowered. It is clear that many of our African countries, women constitute more than 65% in most places, and most of those live in rural areas. They need support, they need to be taken care of, and it is important for governments to know that gender equality and women empowerment is not a charity, is not a morality issue. It is an economic issue for the development of our countries. I just want to talk on the main issue, the other question. We, as a ministry, we have upscaled our engagements with males because it's important to have the he for she champions. We are making sure our boys are taught in school as young kids the importance of gender equality. I'm a mother of 4 boys, actually, and I love my boys. When I talk about women empowerment, I'm not displacing men. We love our women and men to go up together. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. It's he for she. Yeah, I agree. Then I would like to ask Senator Linda Nxumalo. Do you have some closing remarks for us?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is really to say I appreciate the conversation that we just had, and I particularly loved the interventions, particularly from the male counterparts. It is a fact that women cannot do everything alone, but we need our male counterparts to support us, and they are the very people who are going to make this whole conversation about women empowerment become a reality. I thank you, Chairpersons. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, I will ask Honorable Tenela Magugala to have the closing remarks.
I thank you, it's Makagula. Mine, I would just be saying supporting women to agriculture is a high return investment that transforms rural livelihoods, strengthening supply chains, and enhance global goals of poverty reduction, food security, and sustainability. Therefore, I say allow women to own more land. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And now for the concluding remarks, I will give the floor to my colleague.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, honorable members, distinguished guests. I think if you listen to all these deliberations in the House, you are talking one thing as women. So what I want to express is, when we do recommendations, can you sit and think of what we have been saying as women here? Don't just talk and when you recommend, you forget. Let's start from land tilting, from where we are from, our rural areas. We should think of how we are tilting the land. As we speak, there are some people who are still tilting the land with horse or tilting the land with cattle. There is no farming machinery. That particular woman or that particular family doesn't have access to loans to get that farming machinery. So please, when you recommend as women, think back of where we are from. Most of us, we are from rural areas here, not the 2000 ones, those the big ladies. But what I want to say is, can we just concentrate on our recommendations? Like somebody mentioned, so you can see there are no men here, there are very few. So it means this is our chance. We can talk about recommendations which are going to work for us. Remember, we are elected from rural areas by these people. Now they need us to assist them. So if we can come up with recommendations to our EU partners to see how they can assist. Also, our governments should get these recommendations to say, can we have the rights to the land secure certificate? Can you just see yourself tilting the land who doesn't own? If you can push to have this land right, so that at least if you ask for loan, you must show the certificate that you are owning this land. Ladies and gentlemen, let me congratulate my co-chair, Telak. We'd like to close the meeting now. And again, many thanks to our guest speakers with those interesting and inspiring presentations. I'd also like to thank all the members and participants for their excellent questions and remarks. So the discussions were clearly showing how women we are suffering back home. Somebody talked about the violence, sexual violence, anything which does not even treat us well. So like I'm saying repeatedly, let's recommend seriously our points you have been mentioning. I thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, all members, there's an announcement. The EU and European team, just but for the recommendations. Okay, you are asked to remain for recommendations here at 5 o'clock so that we can conclude our recommendations. That is the only announcement. Thank you very much.